Ah, okay. Let's see if let's see if audio good. Ah, okay. Let's see if audio good. Okay, stream is live. My back is hurting. Yeah, I'm reading it. I am on. I just read the first two chapters. I have to read chapter 3 right now, so I'll just read chapter 3 like live on stream. Cause I mean, he can't copyright me because it's a fan fiction, so I could do whatever the fuck I want, right? I can have the whole thing on stream and it doesn't matter because it's not legally monetizable. Not like he's Disney. I mean, Shonen Jump is pretty like intense with their lawsuits, but like Disney and Nintendo are next level. Shonen Jump is cute compared to them. Yeah. Okay, so the first two chapters was bank robbery. His mom died, and then second chapter was police station. His dad told him he's a piece of shit for not protecting his mom from a fully grown bank robber with guns and quirks. So his dad sucks. Hey, Seamless Mister here too. Great, like and subscribe, y'all. And let's get this going. I have um I have a chapter of Horizon to write after this. So y'all will get to see how I plan chapters and writing them, and we can talk stuff and do some examples of other writing during it. Like if you all have any questions about how to write something, I'll just write an example quick. But yeah. What's his name? I keep forgetting y'all's names. Yeah. So the writing in this story is actually way better than my first story. Like, I wish I had like a brain when I started writing, so I didn't have to take like 70 chapters and 2 weeks to get this good at to get as he is here. So like he's already like leagues above me, but above where I was when I start. So, like his chapter 1 is good. This stuff, I mean, this stuff just kind of kills the pace of the whole book. This part here, but after that, everything is good. Syntax, grammar, word choice, especially word choice. Word choice is actually very good here. And look, there we go. Author's thoughts, excellently done. I mean, as a story in general, it's really good, not just for a first story. Like, if you told me this was like his fifth story, I'd believe you. And then we got this is the police station stuff. My room's starting to get cold now. Are you kidding me? I don't want to put on my hoodie. But yeah, okay. So blah 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 blah. His dad's a piece of shit, right? Then we get to no, that was chapter. Now we're in chapter 3, right? The untouchable wall. So I assume this is where we get the info dump of his quick. I'm hoping it's not info dump, but it might be, which is fine. People come to the Gojo stories for the info dump, right? They wanna see Infinity explained for the millionth time. Let's see. Power without control is not strength, is chaos. A sword. Oof. Yeah, that's all these chapters have this kind of thing at the start. This like Art of War, Sun Tzu stuff. Yeah, it does. Okay, except this one. This one has one with world building. The other two has character stuff. Okay, that's interesting. I am curious though, like how many of these you could write without before you get sick of like writing them. Because I gave up on let me show you all. I gave up on chapter titles for the fairy tale chapters. Like only chapter 1 has a title, Cosmic Wonder, and then the rest are just like chapter numbers. I even left like this space here. Yeah, I actually even like left these dashes and stuff here to put the chapter title, but I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm not doing that. And this is so Zero can edit it like and not lose track of the chapter he on better. I sent him like all of them and he edited them pretty damn good. So like if you all need an editor, you can check him out. He's gonna be writing his own story soon though, so like he might be busy with that. But back to the Untouchable Wall. Dang, I have to read it then, and I was actually reading a Gojo fanfic an hour ago. Yeah, Gojo fanfics are pretty popular because Gojo is pretty popular. I've never seen one go past like 40 chapters though, so like I'm hopeful. I want this to be the one that goes past 40 chapters. I already put my name on kind of by targeting it in Discord, and I'll leave a review here afterwards, after this chapter. Yo, Sideshow, what's up? Sideshow, yeah, we have to bully you because like I'm waiting for your Baki, your Legend of Jack Hanma chapters again, so that I could tag you in the Discord too, but I don't think it's here, right? Oh, here it is. Jack Hanma True Might. 5 months ago. Yeah. Shame that man. 5 months ago. Crazy. Sat back right in the socket targeting Discord. You were supposed to be the first person I tagged, but then you did this. So like I can't really tag that. There's a Hunter x Hunter one, it's so good. He has more than 100 chapters. Ooh, that sounds really interesting. I can't stand Hunter x Hunter though, so like I'm never reading that. Hunter x Hunter is for people who think they're smart and think they know about fantasy, but like they were a damn weeb. They don't know jack shit. So people who aren't like smart enough to understand Way of Kings, but they're too smart for Dragon Ball. Oh, fun fact. Where is it? This lady, Aiko Tanaka. I recognize her name because she's a stand-up comedian. She's a stand-up comedian. Yeah. What's good? The Hunter x Hunter one is good, or it's a mix of Gojo and Sukuna in the Hunter x Hunter one. Honestly, that is the way to go because Gojo brings the power and the fans, but Sukuna brings the character, so it's easier to write because you have like somebody who could just their morals could change depending on what kind of story you want to write. So like I would say if you're going to do a JJK slash something else fic, give your character like Gojo's physical looks and abilities, but give them the mindset of Sukuna. Even if they're a hero, like give them that kind of like not malevolent, but a hedonistic mindset, and it'll make your story super interesting because you get the best of both sides. Because nobody really likes Sukuna's abilities over Gojo's. Even Sukuna admits that like Gojo's ability is just better, but people think Sukuna is more interesting as a character. So like, why not just steal both their best traits? Okay, as I was saying, let me read this. Wake up, eat breakfast, train, spar with his uncle, lunch, study, read books about different concepts of math, languages, etc. One last training session, dinner, then sleep. Simple routine, or was it? I mean, it seems simple enough. Currently, he and his uncle, a man whose name was Kon Modo. I can't speak Japanese. Yeah, what's funny is that what he did. I don't like it sometimes because he becomes too intense, but it's still good, I guess. Yeah, you have to take the best of both worlds. Because if you just take one character, your story will be boring. You have to make your main character a composite of a few different characters. So like Horizon is, he actually isn't he isn't Law from One Piece in personality at all. Law is like a good person. He's a bit like he could toe the line between good and bad, but he's generally a good person. Horizon is Homelander plus Soldier Boy, more Soldier Boy than Homelander, right? He's Soldier Boy mindset, Homelander in tendencies, and like uneasiness. And who else would I say? And I kind of wanted him to be like an assassin who just has a list of names that he has to like cross off. He doesn't care about if they're good or bad, like that kind of archetype. So like Agent 47 or something, right? From Hitman, right? And then the miracle doctor part, that's just like a leftover piece from Law, because he's a doctor. But like if you only chose one of those characters, your story would get very boring very quickly. Your character has to be like almost too much, have to have almost too much personality. So like I chose some of the worst people I could find and just smush them together. Oh, sorry. It's Soldier Boy's mentality, Homelander's like intensity, Agent 47's like mindset of like getting the job done and finishing a contract, and All for One. That's the next person. He's like All for One. Oh, yo Ali, what's up? Like and subscribe, my boy. But yeah, All for One was like a big part of All for One was like a big part of Horizon's character design, and like even like the reason I chose like the picture I chose, the outfit I chose for him. It's whose story? I don't know if you mean my story or somebody in the chat. Whose story have you not been keeping up with? If you're talking about mine, a lot of people just died in my story. Like a quarter of the world's population just got axed, and now they're trying to find like who did it. Yeah, it's like a mystery espionage mini arc before the final battle, before the next final battle, before the next mystery arc, before the next final battle, which is at the end of the book. So we only have honestly this arc could wrap up in like 5 chapters. Then we get Star and Strife versus Horizon, which is the end of the volume. Oh, you're stuck in chapters? Oh, with this like I did say full spoiler, still full spoiler stream. So I mean, you should have read the title, bro. But okay, I won't spoil too much about it. But I'm gonna write a Horizon chapter on stream. So like, I don't know. You have to like close your eyes and leave the stream running to give me some watch time. But yeah, Horizon's almost done. The story's almost done. We're in like the second to last arc, basically. There's this one, then there's just the next one, then there's the epilogue. And the epilogue, I'm undecided if I want to stick with the original idea. Yeah, oh my god. Speaking of cutting stuff out, because I did say I was cutting stuff out. So this is what I'm writing today, right? I'm writing this stuff today. And damn near all of this stuff down here is getting cut out. So I'm changing everything. You'll not have to see too much of that though. But like yeah. So that's why I'm like I was writing. That 2.5 billion reminded me. 2.8 billion. So rookie numbers is 2.5. 2.8 billion. That 2.5 billion reminded me of when a terrorist dropped an asteroid on Earth and 4 billion people died. They had to estimate the dead by the ashes in the atmosphere. Wow, that's rough. Nah, Fleck didn't leave bodies. He wanted to leave bodies. That was part of the plan. In the expanse. Okay, that's a actually pretty intense way of like quantifying it, like tonnage of ash in the atmosphere. Please, between JJK or Marvel, that's what I want. Like, you want what, like the next story to be JJK or Marvel? Too busy and it's Ramadan. Oh, you can't eat because I've been cooking too hard because it's Ramadan. Okay, I get it. I see. I see. I find every time I'm on Instagram and I find memes about like how your Muslim friend can't eat because it's Ramadan, I just sent to one of my Muslim friends. This is the only time of the year that I send him stuff on ever on social media, and it's all Ramadan stuff because I know he just can't eat, and he's getting chubby, so I know he likes to eat. Yeah, I'm that guy. Oh, simplified. Okay, full disclosure, the Marvel one not gonna be next. It's not gonna be next one. The Marvel one is by far the most planned out fic. Like, by far, okay? But it's literally hidden. Both of these are hidden. Because, for the same reason, pretty much, right? The Marvel one, the main character is too much like Horizon. And the JJK one is a villain main character. So the Marvel one is a hero main character. Yo, Ember. We're reading a story on stream, bro. Well, I'm talking to them right now, but like I'm reading it after. So the JJK story, right, is by the way up to this far. It's up to chapter 30. Like what's going on in this chapter? Oh yeah. He's talking to Ghetto. No, Silius is Kwasu. So he's talking to Ghetto here, and in the next chapter is his domain expansion. Well, his domain expansion literally happens at the end of this chapter, and in the next chapter we get to see his domain expansion, right? But I'm not doing this story because it's too the setting is too similar to Horizon. It's an urban superpower modern setting. And Marvel is the same thing, but Marvel is also a bit the character is closer to Horizon than the JJK fic. Right? Even though he's a hero, his similarities are too close to Horizon. So my brain is kinda getting bored writing it. Yeah, these programs will be strong. So like the JJK story and the Marvel story, I'm not doing next because I like to go from like I went from Elementalist, right, which is classic high fantasy action adventure, to like this, which is more espionage because my main character is like a liar basically. Then this, which is like sci-fi adventure superhero. So if I go into our next sci-fi adventure superhero, which is what the JJK and the Marvel fics are, I might end up just losing motivation halfway through the story. So the fairy tale one's gonna be next. Yeah. Bro, your names are gonna confusing. Gift is Kwasu, right? Yeah. I straight up don't try to keep track of your names because at some point, like I think 3 of you who were always talking in Discord kept changing your names, and I just couldn't keep up anymore. So I'm just like, yeah, okay, new people in Discord every time, basically. But yeah, the Marvel fic is by far the most planned out one. So where is it? Orbit timeline. This is the Marvel stories timeline. So like chapter 1 starts here, and then we go all the way down. So chapter 1 is in September 7, 2005, and then we go all the way down to it goes more all the way down to February 20th, 2050. So 10 years later, after Age of Ultron, pretty much. So this is the Marvel timeline, and it goes like it tells you exactly what's gonna happen in the chapter and the exact date because it uses the MCU timeline, with just 1 year offset. So the Avengers happened in the MCU in 2012, but mine happens in 2013. But yeah, that's the only big change. Keanu, opinion on Solo Leveling. Expertly paced, everything else sucks. I'm only talking about the light novel. I have not seen the show and I have not read the manhwa. The light novel is expertly paced because the system is a crutch. If you have numbers going up on the screen like a system or like a game interface in your book, it's very easy to get away with writing shitty books because the audience will see the numbers going up and they'll be happy because that's how the human brain works. Which is why the last arc, where like he got rid of the system element, felt like such garbage because he didn't have that crutch anymore. So the quality has instantly plummeted down to where it always has been. Nah, Solo Leveling is kind of boring, honestly. Shinwu's too overpowered. Shinwu being overpowered is fine. Shinwu having no personality is not fine. Jinwoo having no personality is not fine. Garbage because he didn't have that. Yeah, that's why I can't stand about Jinwoo. Yeah, the ending also ruined everything in Soul Leveling because that was ass. Like, I don't know what bro was smoking when he threw that, but like Jesus Christ, why? Why did he do that? He did the whole time travel multiversal nonsense ending. All he had to do was like make it so that Jinwoo is the strongest now, and the portals would keep coming, but he just have strong enough soldiers to always defend them, and then happy ending. Like, you know, it's sad when the character with the most personality in Soul Leveling, the characters with the most personality are his sister, who wants to sleep with him, and probably President Gogan Hee, and Thomas Andre. And Thomas Andre is barely a character. He literally gets beat up every time he's in a fight. Or every time he's on screen, he's just there to get shit on. He's just there for the author to say, look at this, South Korea is better than America. Or Hunter is better than America's Hunter. So like, but like, his incest loving sister, President Gogan Hee, who dies like for no goddamn reason basically, and Thomas Andre, the only people with personality. Yeah, his sister like has a big crush on him. It's in the light novel too. Oh, sorry. Beru, the ant, has more personality than those three put together. Because at least we know Beru has a hobby. He likes to watch American reality TV and soap operas and stuff. Yeah, President Gogan, he was a good character. He was pretty shallow, but like, he's a good character. No, she don't want to sleep with him every because everyone get this idea. I'm sorry, bro, but we read the book. So like outside of to anybody who's not Asian and like not in that culture, she looks like she wants to sleep with her brother. Yeah, Soul Leveling has a sequel, Soul Leveling 2. Because like, the author didn't really have the rights to the first one, so he didn't make as much money, I think. Which happens a lot for light novels. So like when your first light novel gets popular, you have to write a second one because now your name is famous, so people will buy it and you'll actually get more money. You'll get more royalties and pick a percent. That's why you'll see so many mangakas have like a starter a starter manga, then they have like their breakout hit manga makes them millions. So like Hiro Mashima has Rave Master, and then he has Fairy Tail, and then he has Eden Zero. Even though Eden Zero was supposed to be like his big money maker, right? Because Rave Master was short, and then Fairy Tail was supposed to end at Tenryjima Island, so it would have been like 2 years of writing that. And he already had Eden Zero planned, so Eden Zero was supposed to be like a super long one. But Shonen Jump was like, Fairy Tail's working, keep writing Fairy Tail until we tell you to stop. So he just did that instead. Bro, I'm pretty sure his sister has a crush on him. She's such a weirdo. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's been a while since I've read. I've read it in like I read that book in like 2017. That and I was reading the Legendary Mechanic at the time, which has a similar issue because the Legendary Mechanic was really good. Yeah, that's what I was saying. She's clingy and admire him. I think the Korean and the English translation doesn't work properly. Exactly. So like a lot of things like in Japan, right? The sister complex stuff. To them, it's like an endearing thing. It's not like a creepy thing. But to us, because of how our cultures are different, it's a very creepy thing. Okay, that guy from Black Clover needs to be on like a sex offender registry and needs to be locked up. Okay. Oh, bro, tabs. Let's see. I have. Don't look at that. I have lots of tabs opened. I think my PC is good though. Let's see Task Manager. Where's the thing for Task Manager? performance. I might. I'm doing pretty well. Yeah, but yeah. So the culture differences is what like really throws it off in Soul Leveling. That's why like if you're writing a book, including things that are very local, is a high risk move. Like I will never write a book and include local Trinidad food in it because my audience is not from Trinidad, so they'll be like, "What the hell's doubles?" Right? Or like I'll never use local Trinidad slang because unless a character is from Trinidad and I want the other characters who aren't from Trinidad to be confused, I will never include that. So like you have to take that in mind. But yeah, this is my thing. Yeah, my computer can handle it. Don't worry. I wrote for 3 years to buy this computer. Well, I wrote for 3 years and I had Patreon for a bit and then I bought the computer. So yeah. Yeah, I use Chrome. I can't do Firefox or like any of those weird stuff. I keep it simple. And like people are always like, oh my god, Chrome uses so much RAM, but I'm like, bro, I have enough RAM. I'll be alright. It's the most convenient browser, so I rather just buy more RAM than use some weird shit. Oberon is Oberon overpowered. Um, he's not at the start, no, but by the time Fairy Tail canon starts, like by the time Lucy joins the guild, he's already a wizard saint for a while. Like I'm gonna be writing Oberon after I write this chapter Horizon, and he's about to go on the mission. On the like, there's one mission between him and the S class trial that he's about to go on it right now. Is Fantasia Parade, and then the mission, then the S class trials. So like it's currently October, and the S class trials is like December 5th. So October, November, December. He's 3 months from his S class trials. And the Fantasia Parade is like the anniversary of him joining the guild. So he's been in the guild for 1 year officially, because he joined the guild the day before the Fantasia Parade. Fun fact: Fairy Tail has an actual timeline. So like, if you want to know the timeline stuff, you could just say parade, and it'll tell you the exact date. And it's an annual parade, so like, you know like exactly what day every single year it happens. Or like you could go to trial, and S class promotion trial December 15th, and it takes a week, so like December 5th to December 8th is when it starts really. What chapter does canon start? I don't know, probably like 150. It takes a while. It takes a while. For me, the stuff I want to write happens before canon and after the time skip, after Tenrojima. And you do not have to watch Fairy Tail. It'll be a lot more fun if you do watch Fairy Tail, so you know the characters, but you do not have to watch Fairy Tail. All my stories are self-contained, so like you do not need to watch My Hero Academia to read Horizon. You can just read Horizon and you'll be fine. Yeah, Zero was editing the chapters, right? We have our own server to edit, like for editing all the chapters, so like all my roles are in there. And he was like, okay, so when's the time skip? And I was like, what time skip? I was like, nah, bro, we're doing like one arc for every year between now and like him being 23 years old, and he's currently 9 years old. His birthday's in January, so he's gonna become S class, and a month later he's gonna become 10 years old. So like we have a journey, because I have plans for this book. I have fantasy plots that I need to try out, because each of these plots are gonna have a different part in my original book ideas. Because one of my book ideas is like is like UFC or boxing, like a UFC book, but instead of like it's basically UFC plus pro bending from Legend of Korra, right? So I want to try out some of that. Nah, Naruto does not come close, bro. Naruto does not come close. Let me show you the best music in anime. Hold on, huh? This one is good. Fairy Tail main theme and This one, Fairy Law. Fairy Law is both Makarov's and Gildart's theme, by the way. And then Fairy Tail has like this. And then this is the best theme in anime though. I can't play too much of it though because copyright, but yeah. Oberon is overpowered. He is. He, like, the Fairy Tail character is overpowered. I promise you that. You will not be disappointed. But just the world is so big. Like, he's overpowered for his year group at all times. Cause he's 10 years old and he's stronger than everybody but Gildat and Makarov. So he is strong. He's gonna be S class before he's 10 years old. He's strong, but he's not overpowered in the sense that like he's the strongest Nephilist, because like Zeref, Acnologia, Igneel, all the dragons, like a bunch of other wizards are out there that are stronger than him. Naruto's Sadness and Sorrows. The only Naruto song I wanna hear Man It's the only Naruto song I wanna hear. Nothing else. I've never seen Eminence in Shadow. I've never seen Eminence in Shadow, and I don't think I want to. I've One of my friends tried to get me to like watch it, and the more he described the plot, the less interested I became. Because I was like, this is the most edgelord weeaboo shit I've ever heard in my life. And it fits because everything he likes is super edgelordy. Or just the background music. I've never even noticed Naruto's background music. Honestly. I mean, I don't really pay attention to the anime music that much. Eminence in Shadow summary. Eminence in Shadow summary. Sid. Wow, that's rough. Okay, the Eminence in Shadow, blah 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 blah. Synopsis. Even in his past life, okay, I already hate this. Is that a guy? Even in his past life, Sid's dream wasn't to become the protagonist of Final Boss. He rather lie low as a minor character until it's prime time to reveal he's a mastermind, or at least do the next best thing. Okay, so he's an isekai wannabe Aizen. Two things I already hate. Pretend to be one. Okay, so he's an isekai wannabe Aizen, but he's actually Ainzel Goon from Overlord. Oh, Pain's team in Naruto is actually really good. That is one of the few I actually know. Pain's team is peak fiction. Also, Might Guy's Night Guy and his Afternoon Tiger. Like, those themes are hits. I won't get banned. Come on, I played it for like 4 seconds. You have 8 seconds before you can get banned. I made Tron stay like 5 to 6 seconds. Okay, so he is a isekai protagonist, edgelord, who wants to be Aizen, but he is actually Ainzel Gul, or you know, that guy who doesn't know shit, but he keeps stumbling into like who pretends to know everything, right? And he wants to live out his dreams, fine. The things, this is Ufuruchiga imagination, okay? So jokingly recruits members to his organization and makes up a whole backstory about it. Okay, and he is the guy and the girl from like that show, that anime where like they pretend that special pose and like she has the eye patch because she's a weeb or something. She's a Chunbyo or something, right? So he's that too, right? And then makes up a backstory with the evil cult. But also have these imaginary iris, he's turned to be the real deal and everyone knows the truth about him. Okay, he sucks. No, I'm never reading that crap. No thanks. Yeah, I'm trying to seem weak as like a fetish to him. No, I'm not doing that. I like to read about winners being winners. Like, you all read Horizon and you all thought I was gonna like this character? Hell no. Have you not seen any one of Horizon's speeches or like when he talks or when he fights? And what will would I ever like Sid? Hell no. I like winners who know they are winners and just like to win. We not humble over here. That synopsis, he's a winner. That synopsis does not inspire confidence. But I also don't. I just don't like characters who try to be cool. He gives like the synopsis gives me that he's gonna try to be cool, or he's gonna try to be like what he envisions. He's like, he's what I imagine like All for One to be. How All for One calls himself the Demon Lord, except All for One actually is the Demon Lord. So like, it's fun when All for One says it because like he knows that like it's very like edgelordy and he's making fun of like the comics his brother liked. But Eminence and Shadow guy, he sounds like he would call himself the Demon Lord and mean it. Like I can't do that kind of crap. No, I'm really good. No, he's trying to be a creep on a background character. Yeah, I don't wanna. Nah, my main character doesn't need to take spotlight. You sound like, I'll be for real, no offense, but you sound like you could voice some Jamaican pirate from Pirates of the Caribbean. Clearly, you have never heard an actual Jamaican accent. Because if an actual Jamaican was speaking right now, you would not be able to understand anything. I have a East Indian accent. I don't have a well, an East Indian Creole Trinidadian accent, which is like a mix of all of them. An actual Jamaican accent, like people complain in movies that like they don't have authentic Jamaican accents, but if they did, most people wouldn't be able to understand shit they're saying. Like Peaky Blinders has an actual Jamaican actor doing like his natural accent, and it's like they mix it kind of with the British accent, so you can actually understand it. But like if he was just doing pure Jamaican accent, you wouldn't be able to understand jack shit. I'm not watching episode one, and I can't watch it on stream anyway. Oh, but I was judging Silas's chapter 3 before I leave my review. So let's see if I'm gonna give him 1 star or 5 stars. By the way, I don't leave reviews on Butnuffle. That's what that was a joke. The most I'll do is leave a comment. Because I have some aggressive fans. The sun was merciless, shined down the training ground as Gojo stood, panting. Okay. His pale white skin and his pale white skin turning red and his hair a tangled mess. Loose strands sticking everywhere. Okay, so he's all sweaty and gross. The old man hadn't broken a sweat. If it was anything, 6-year-old trying to find 29-year-old, okay. Canon Gojo is I think 28. So it's funny that his uncle is 1 year older than like actual, Shibuya Gojo. Too predictable. Too predictable. So Gojo keeps losing the fight. Yes, Gojo keeps losing the fight. They've been fighting for 2 hours. Yeah, I've been reading your book, bro. I read chapter 1 and 2 as soon as you sent me it. I only noticed chapter 3 just now. I figured we'd all read and judge it on stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe, y'all. I see 7 people watching. A new record. You like to see it. Damn it! He's fat, slamming his fist into the dirt. Dramatic. But we like to see that. That's good writing. This is funny, right? So my writing style is super realistic dialogue. But yours is a mix of realistic dialogue and like proper dialogue. So in my head, I keep thinking like the grammar is like too good, but like that's just me being a weirdo because most people write like dialogue like this, which is good. It's good. Like this is industry standard, so it's like a good thing. This is what you wanted. This is the kind of dialogue you want to write. I just do a different style, so it kind of looks weird when if I read like a regular book. Okay, so his uncle threw a rock at him. The rock stopped right in front of him. Okay. Oh no, I'm not gonna give him like a critical review like on stream or anything. I'm not doing that. I don't really like if somebody's new to writing, I don't really like judge them that harshly. The main thing I look for is if the story is fun. If it's fun to read, then you win. Congratulations, just keep writing. If you want to go pro, like Patreon or like traditional publishing or something, then I'll give you like a more solid review. But like, if you're just writing for fun, because like you want to see Gojo and MHA, just once the story is fun, like that's all you need. Yeah. Gojo's breath was shallow. Can you please stop that? Huh. Okay, see this is like a good example, right? So here he says, "Can you please stop that?" He's telling him, right? So this, I think so was our question mark here, right? But like, this is really good. This is good dialogue, right? But if in my so he wrote, can you please stop that? Okay, which is fine. This is good dialogue here. And then I would write like cut it out, right? And I'd have like an exclamation mark or a full stop. And then this is sorry. Hyper realistic dialogue. So this is the difference. Because like this stuff just makes your work like everybody can read this. So that's why like this you'll see more commonly because people want their books to be like mass digestible. They want everybody to be able to buy their book. So this is good. This is what you want to aim for. This is a choice. So I choose to have hyper realistic dialogue because I don't have I don't have where is it like yeah like he has some stuff like this, right, to set the tone of his book before the action starts. But I set the tone in dialogue. I currently do not have a favorite. You know what? I'll say no. And no, I don't have a favorite. I'll just keep you all guessing. Yeah. So like this is good. This is a choice. This removes some of your potential reader base, but it's a stylistic choice. So that's why you'll see sometimes my dialogue looks a bit different from like what you'd probably write in that situation. But yeah, what you're doing is good. To write realistic dialogue, you have to study character psychology and directing. You have to study script writing. So I'll show you. View my channel. I have a playlist of it. Playlist. Public. Which one of these is public? Yeah, useful videos from other creators.
As you delve deep.
There's some Dungeons and Dragons stuff here too, right? But all of this stuff is useful to somebody. For the channel, you mainly want Filmento. His last video is actually pretty good. I was watching it before I started streaming. And what you want Filmento is these are the exact videos. You want this one? This one will teach you pacing. Like, it will explicitly teach you pacing. Wow, that turned everything bright. Yeah. This one will explicitly teach you pacing. This one will teach you superhero stories. And then you want, for dialogue, if you're trying to do realistic dialogue, you want these two. Because these two also teach you framing, which is like the most important thing in all of writing. Studying podcast can work, but I mean, you're gonna get more dialect than dialogue in podcast, which is like how a specific person from a specific place speaks. So like if you study like Theo Von, you're gonna get realistic dialogue for like a Louisiana person, right? So generally, I study movies more because those are specialized in trying to hit as many people as possible to understand what you're doing. I think you should just say it out loud and see if it sounds good. Yes, you should always read your chapters out loud before you publish. The way I write is the way I speak. So I base my dialogue, unless I'm trying to make somebody speak differently, on myself. So all my characters speak like me, which is a big advantage because Trinidad and Tobago has the most we actually have like the record, the standard for the most sing-song accent in the world, which means our intonations and stuff naturally go up and down a lot. So once we enunciate, we're very good storytellers. It just comes naturally to us. So I have that advantage. So if I read something out loud in my accent or like my dialect and it sounds good, it's gonna look good on the page. So skill issue, I guess. Yeah, skill issue. This movie's pretty trash. I mean, if you look at it as a writer, it's actually really good. Hello Future Me, oh god. I have some opinions on Hello Future Me. Like, he is a guy who talks about writing and doesn't actually write shit. So, like, I have some problems with him. Like, I don't like people who talk about writing and don't actually write anything. So, like, yeah, bro, you talk about writing this and writing that and how to write this and the importance of books, but you don't actually write shit, so don't give me writing advice. Like, that's my whole opinion in this entire thing. And a lot of his book things are pretty shallow. So like if you want references on what to actually study, go to one of his books, look at his references or his examples, and then go study the examples. Don't listen to him. Just use him as like a search engine. Okay. Good luck having lunch, bro. I'm gonna finish reading your chapter. But yeah, I wouldn't listen to Hello Future Me's writing advice. Because like he doesn't really give writing advice. He just tells you where to go get writing advice or where to go get examples of something. But he misses out of the nuance because he doesn't actually write it. But yeah, the Filmento stuff, you should study those videos and like the examples he gives on how to do it. And you'll get a good example of dialogue. Yeah man, see ya. Have a good lunch. Okay, now where was I with this guy's chapter? Can you please stop that? Let's test something. Gojo's eyes widened as the punch came toward him. Instinctively he tensed. Okay, closed his fists. I was something else creating an infinite gap. You felt that, didn't you? Of course I did. That's the 9th time it happened since he took me to the quirk tester last year. You're on the edge of something dangerous. Okay, so he's feeling infinity between them and sometimes it triggers but not always. So he doesn't know exactly what the hell his quirk is. And his uncle punched him right after. Okay. Very, very strict uncle, reason or parenting or whatever. Power without control is worse than a weakness. That's interesting. Power without control is a liability, but yeah. And then, what is it? What does infinity even feel like? Would you feel infinity? What do y'all think? I would imagine Gojo doesn't feel infinity. He just exists, right? Because it isn't a physical barrier; it's space, and you don't feel the space between you and a wall. It's just there. So like, this kind of gives the impression that it's a. Do you think for us is like game story analysis, character philosophy analysis, etc. work as an example? Would the Sage Rain YouTube channel or Jacob Geller? Sage Rain, yes, absolutely. I don't know who Jacob Geller is. Yeah, it feels like nothing, right? So like, I don't know why he's describing it as if there is something. Let me see who is Jacob Geller. What the hell is this thumbnail? I like the thumbnail though. Let me see what nonsense this is. I mean, I haven't seen any of this guy's stuff, so I can't comment on it. Sage Rain has some good stuff, but I mean, it's way more philosophy than writing advice, right? So like his best video is definitely his Tai Lung video, which should be the most popular, right? And this one, these two, sorry, right? Along with this one, this Nightwing video. But I mean, Axel Beats. Oh yeah, I think I watched this like way back when I was first thinking about this Fairy Tail one. Book Fox, no. No. Fuck no. This guy admits he's terrible at writing. Granted, he is improving, right? So ever so often he'll have a live stream of him doing some writing, or like somebody editing his own writing, and he'll do it either he'll show you how bad his writing is, how much better he is. But he doesn't post enough examples. He needs to post more examples for me to take him seriously. Because right now he's like morning routine. Like once you see like this shit morning routine nonsense, this is just like a booktube channel, which means that they like to talk about writing more than actually writing. So yeah, like this is a bunch of clickbait shit that's recycled probably. What you want is people who actually give like proper examples of ideally their own writing. No, like his stuff makes sense, right? Jed Hoon. Yeah, Jed Hoon gives good advice. But you have to be able to extrapolate what the hell they're talking about. Like some BookFox videos, it'll be like 10 tips to do this trick, right? But each step, it's so shallow that is like each step is a topic you have to do your own research into. He just simply doesn't have enough proof in his videos. So like the same thing with like Right Conscious. Yeah, I don't really do the literature stuff. Yeah, so like he's the same thing as like Hello Future Me. Like Dev, not Hello Future Me, sorry. One of those guys like we just spoke about. They give you a good list of things to go research on your own to learn about the topic they were trying to talk about. Like they research too shallow into stuff. They don't give you enough. Like each of these videos should be like an hour long if he's actually gonna give you education about these topics. Because otherwise you're gonna mess up a lot of stuff in your books. So this is like them trying to build that. This is like, I will say this, right? A lot of people on YouTube are better YouTubers than writers. Like, BookFox is a way better YouTuber than me. Like I'll give him that. He's way better than me. Like, look how consistent he is. I'm still waiting on that goddamn code so I can have a notepad. But like, he doesn't show his writing, and he doesn't do enough research and show his research in his videos. So I'm just not gonna trust him most of the time. Especially because like I've watched some of his videos, right? And like I've watched some of these, and some of this stuff I was like, okay, bro, like you need to be shoved into that corner for the sake of literature. Like you can see, like I skipped a lot of his videos because like I was subscribed to him. I am subscribed to him, yeah. But like, God, I just can't. I just can't with him sometimes. Especially this kind of hippy dippy shop stuff, and this stuff especially. These traits predict 90% of field novels. 99% of novels fail. What the hell are you talking about? So like, if you can extrapolate, you'll be good. I'd say Brandon Sanderson and Jed Hearn are good examples, but Jed Hearn has some clickbaity stuff too. But like sometimes he'll drop like a gem, like he'll drop something like this, right? So this or like this, and it'll be like just solid information the whole video. Then occasionally he like crank out a video just to push like his website or whatever the hell it is, right? So like yeah, but a lot of booktube is recycled information. Yeah, a lot of booktube is recycled information. I actually have his books. I haven't read it yet though. But he writes in the Joe Abercrombie style, which is gonna be kind of weird for me because it's third person limited. So like I struggle to read third person limited because my brain doesn't work like that. But yeah, generally what I'm not trying to do is I'm trying to like be somebody who you can actually look at my videos, and I'll have my own writing in them, so you can see my mistakes, right? That's the goal. I don't like channels that just give you 10 tips to do this. I mean, his books like Kingdom of Dragons, The Thunder Heist, and some other one, right? But yeah, he also wrote a game, so like he should be good at writing second person. So he should honestly just give more second person writing advice for like dungeon masters and stuff. But that's why nope, not that guy. I think it's DM's guy. What the goddamn account I just had, profile I just, this guy.
As you delve deeper into the
DM
ruins
Lair.
of the
Sorry.
ancient fortress, you are
DM Lair has very good storytelling advice for both Dungeons and Dragons and what you call it, and writing, okay? Because I didn't see any sense of an overpowered character, so I'm not intrigued by his books. By his book, I've only read like the first paragraph of like one of his books, so I can't even comment on that. But sorry, DMLA is a good resource because DMLA goes into something most storytelling channels don't, which is how well does it translate to the person reading it. Because he knows that like dungeon masters have like this big elaborate thing, but how well will people understand it when you're describing it to them? Which is a very underrated skill, because that's literally what writing is. It's putting your thoughts in a book and that person imagining exactly what you thought before it became words. So he does stuff like that, and he's actually who I watched for mystery books, because there are like damn near no good mystery booktube channels on friggin' YouTube. But yeah, that's my list of like people, right? And I showed you exactly which videos. But for Fermento, the King Arthur one is spacing, the Sherlock Holmes ones are framing and dialogue and subtext. The Spider-Man 2 one is heroic journey building and developing sympathy for a character. Right? Spider-Man 2 is what Deku tried to do, like with My Hero Academia. but Deku flopped because they removed all the consequences afterwards. So yeah, that's why I hate that. I hate that character so much, and the crying doesn't help. So yeah, I don't know. Do you have any more questions about like the book talk scene on YouTube? Because honestly, like most of those people fucking suck. Like I've read some of their books and it's just, ugh. Like it works for the target audience, but like it's, I guess I'm not the target audience, right? I want something different. Or this trend. The sand one, there are a few sand ones from MHA. If you're reading the one I think about, no, don't use thesaurus or dictionary. Let me show you why. This is Zero's one, right? To my right here has a thing called readability grade. And if you read what it says, it says measures your text like estimating reading time, spot difficult to read paragraph, and determine if your writing is suitable for your intended audience. Right? And generally what you want to do, the one in my Discord, there are so many in Discord, bro. There's a Sand MHA story where he kills a bank robber or something, and like Mina is the main love interest, and she family has a spa or something. That's the only one I've actually read myself. Okay, so for the thesaurus, I told when Zero was editing, I told him specifically, do not ever use a thesaurus feature for your writing. Oh, just Dessert? No, I haven't touched that one, so I don't know. I mean, you can ask in the Discord. Lots of you haven't read it. So, as I was saying about the thesaurus, don't ever use the thesaurus because you want your readability level, grade level, to be as low as possible. You want as young as audience as possible to be able to read your book. That's why you don't see Horizon using big medical terms. He'll just say like they have a fractured spine. He won't be like they have a fractured L3 to L7 vertebrae on this column and like with these nerves. It'll be like no, they have a cracked spine. I'm gonna go fix it, right? Because you want as young an audience as possible to be able to understand. And this is like isn't just a writing thing. This is like a general life thing, because the United States election is like the biggest popularity contest ever in the history of ever, and the winner is always the person who has the lowest grade requirement for their readability. So like this thing to the right here, whoever's one is closer to 0 or 1 wins every time without fail. So do not use thesaurus, don't use dictionary. Make it as simple as possible to understand. If you're using a big word, break it down, even if it adds to your word count. If you're gonna describe like the L3 to the L7 vertebrae, just say her spine is cracked, right? The audience will understand. Her spine is broken, is damaged. Okay? But like sometimes you have to use big words for some stuff. But if it's like a keyword, then you get to use it. Competency doesn't really flow like that unless you're going for a competent character whose thoughts are transparent. No, so even Horizon is like a supremely competent person, right? But the audience isn't Horizon. So if you're going for that, it means that you're trying to confuse either the audience or the other characters in the situation. So you want, like if I'm trying to make Horizon sound like super smart, like he is super smart, but like if I'm trying to really shove it in the audience's face, I'll throw a bunch of medical terms into like a paragraph and have the other characters in the room be like, okay, we have no idea what you just said. Because while the audience is reading it, they'll also be confused. So when like Seru says, okay bro, I have no idea what that means because I didn't go med school, the audiences will be like, me neither, and then Horizon will break it down afterwards, which will raise his perceived competency in medicine. But I've already established that he's like a genius, so I don't need to do that. I can just skip to the simplified version, right? Because if somebody's smart, they'll know things. But if they're socially smart, they'll know how to explain things. So like, you can do one or the other, or you can do both. But I always prefer to just already establish that he's like a genius. But I always prefer to just like keep it simple for everybody in the room, including the audience. Because like my audience aren't doctors, they aren't hackers. So like when Horizon or Nezu talks, I speak in objectives. Nezu's like, yeah, I'm gonna hack into it. Give me 5 minutes. And Horizon's like, yeah, I'm gonna perform this brain surgery. I'll be back in an hour. And like then we cut to them finishing it. So like if you want to show competency without making your character annoying, then do it like that. Yeah, this applies for a book whose whole point is to have the scientist character use the scientific method in a story. This applies to that too. Yeah, if you're doing that right, you want specific parts of the book where he goes like super into the details of it, enough so that the audience is confused, but then you want ideally a Watson character there to be like, okay, bro, for those of us who aren't like on 7 PhDs, what does that mean? And then he explains it, right? Because remember, if you properly write a synopsis, your audience will know this character is a super genius, and the writing is going to portray that, so you're going to be confused. Yeah, well, real science, sure. Once it's consistent within the book, you'll be right. But yeah, the whole goal is just have it be consistent and like as readable as possible so people aren't confused. Because the moment somebody has to go Google a word that you've used in your book, you have failed. Because you've completely broken the immersion and broken the flow of reading. Like my Marvel main character is the Scientist Supreme. He is the Scientist Supreme. He is Reed Richards plus Blue Marvel combined. Plus Graviton, basically, because superpowers. But like but he's not like obnoxious with it. So they have to be smart but not obnoxious. Alright, let me actually try to finish this goddamn chapter now. Okay, Gojo was training, he's taking notes. School starts in 6 months. We don't know how old this Gojo is. I think he's like 8. Sorry, he's 6. His uncle is 29. There's a 23-year difference, so he's 6 years old right now. Yeah, that there's a Pokemon fic like that, Pokemon Origin of the Species. But the MC is a scientist and uses real science to do his research. The point is for the reader to learn the scientific method niche. Yeah, that's a good example. Like if you're doing it like that, then it makes sense to like confuse the reader sometimes. But that is not what my stories are for. My stories are for action adventure, that kind of stuff, right? My Pokemon story, the raw files for that are on the Discord, I think. My Pokemon story is actually a scientist story too. Where the hell is it? The Summit. How much? I have like 8 chapters written, right? It's actually a scientist story. Like the first chapter is him being a scientist. Wow, this needs so much editing. So this is just terrible. But the first chapter is him being a scientist and like explaining how like the medicine and thing in Pokemon work. But I didn't do it in like an obnoxious way. I made it fit into the dialogue nicely because like that's not the point of the scene. The point of the scene is him helping the Mudkip. I'm honestly never really reading anything related to Pokemon. Wow. The Twilight story, The Immortal, I think it's so good. I mean, you know what, bro? I'll take your word for it. If you say it's good, I trust you. Your word is enough for me. But yeah, I was on a Pokemon kick for a while, because I was replaying Pokemon Emerald, the best Pokemon game, by the way. Factually, the best Pokemon game. So yeah, I was playing Pokemon Emerald, and I was like, you know what? being the champion of the Hoenn region would be pretty fun. And then like I was watching on the side, I was watching all the Pokemon anime. Well, not all the Pokemon anime. I watched X and Y. Then I watched Z. Then I watched Alola. Then I watched the one where Ash fought Leon, right, and become champion, right? No, Black and White is dog shit. Don't ever tell me to watch Black and White. Hell no. Hell no. Listen, Pokemon goes through to Kanto, Adventures, which is Hoenn, right? Battle Frontier, which is the second Battle Hoenn. Then you go straight to Kalos with X and Y. And then you go forward from there. And then you stop before Horizons. Okay? Because Horizon, I watched 2 episodes and I hated those 2 episodes so much that I would have preferred Kanto Johto Idiot Ash. Okay? Because Pokemon Horizons, they tried to go fantasy adventure and they flopped hard. Yeah, I'm not watching Black and White, bro. Nah, X and Y is good. X and Y is like a real anime, bro. Like, they really like got some anime people to write that stuff. Cause like it was good. A Black and White game? No, Emerald better. Emerald better. I'm just saying Emerald better. Black and White just doesn't have enough content. Emerald Battle Frontier is the best post-game content in all of Pokemon. Emerald introduced EVs, IVs, all the modern berries, double battles. They had 2 pseudo legendaries. They introduced Rayquaza. They had the best trio. They had the best starters. You know, Emerald just better. It is what it is. Stay mad about it. Black and White has better music. I'll give it that. But I don't listen to the music when I'm playing Pokemon. Because I have something else going on the other screen. I have a movie going on or something. So like, you know. But Emerald just better. Emerald is also the only Pokemon game that did like a fusion dance. Cause in like Black and White, or what the hell is the Sinnoh had the World Championship tournament in the game, I think. Right? But Emerald had the whole Battle Frontier with like the Battle Pyramid, the Battle Factory, like the 7 different post-endgame like stuff after the Elite Four that were like endlessly creating battles, and then like you go fight Steven Stone, the former champion, after as like the 3rd secret boss in the whole thing, and then you have to fight like friggin' you have to go get like you could go get Jirachi, and then you could go get Deoxys. And like and they also had like the mystery for the Reggie legendary Pokemon, and Latios and Latias. Like, come on, Emerald is Pokemon. But I'll say Emerald's the only game that did the fusion dance instead of like pick and choosing what they want. They literally merged like Ruby and Sapphire to make Emerald. They had both the villain teams, they had both the champions, they had all the legendaries, all the pseudos. They were missing 8 Pokemon, I think. And they mixed both the storylines into one extra long storyline instead of just picking the fan favorite stuff and just scrapping together a game like everything else. They were just better. It is what it is. And anybody want to argue that Emerald isn't the best Pokemon game is just wrong. They could take it up with Mega Rayquaza. The remakes, I would say the story and content got worse. But the gameplay got better because like modern gameplay. But like, yeah, Emerald is better. It is what it is. Sinnoh Anime Tournament. Sinnoh Anime Tournament. Is that the one with... Hold up. Oh, that is the one with Tobias. Yeah, nah, don't ever tell me this is peak. Don't ever tell me this is peak. Granted, the Hoenn tournament was worse, because in the Hoenn tournament, Ash lost on some nonsense, right? But the second half of the Hoenn series was the Battle Frontier. So the tournament didn't matter. The tournament was never the end game. Pyramid King Brannon was the end game. But yeah, don't ever talk to me about the Sinnoh tournament. Hey, Emerald had a good story. But I would say Black and White had a good story too. Black and White the one with sorry, no, Diamond and Pearl with the Algan Paul here. They had a good story. Team Galactic. Team Plasma was okay. But yeah, Pokemon Emerald still the best game. I'm just saying, like, Team Galactic is the only Pokemon team that actually won. Like, bro went into his new universe, in the anime at least. In the game, he kinda just got, Giratina'd. But, you know, we don't talk about that. But yeah, Pokemon Emerald all the way. And for the anime, XY. XY has the best anime. Undisputed the best anime. But Kanto has the best side character because Kanto introduced Brock. So they forever have that. Kanto has the best side character. X and Y has the best like anime, just anime stuff. I would say the Hoenn one has the best Pokemon. Hoenn? No. Joe. Who was Ash Hoenn's team? No, that's your version of it. Nah, Ash's Hoenn team wasn't that, wasn't it? Wasn't it? His Johto team was good. Because that's the old Charizard on them, right? Nope, it's his Kanto team. Yeah, his Kanto team was better. Yeah, that's Snorlax, Lapras, and Charizard plus Pikachu. Yeah. But his Kalos team was good. And it wasn't even like super hard. Like Greninja wasn't even my favorite member of his Kalos team. It was Hawlucha and Gengar. They were, but no, Gengar was Alola. Sorry, not Alola. The one after Alola. But Hawlucha was my favorite of his Kalos team. His Sinnoh team. I mean, honestly, if he just had the Garchomp instead of the Gible, I would have rated his team way more. But like, we never see this Gible again until like the flashback where Pikachu beats Leon. So like, and like Tots, what was his name? Grotle? What the hell? What his middle evolution name is? That should not do anybody any favor. So Infernape is hard carrying this team. Infernape and Pikachu. This guy has 7 Pokemon, by the way, because he has Pikachu plus all those 6. Yeah. But nah, his Kalos team had sauce. His Alola team was actually pretty good too. But I don't like some of his Pokemon. Like, I don't like his Rowlet. I don't like this furry. Let's pretend to be like a regular though. This furry Lycanroc. Nah. Everything else is good, but these two need to go. Palkia was the Alga. No sir, no sir. Hoenn has the best legendary trio. Hoenn has the best legendary trio. Hoenn legendaries, when they appeared, felt like an event. Okay? Sinnoh legendaries, Cyrus had them on a leash. The movies had carried them. Okay? The Return of Arceus movie is why Sinnoh legendaries aren't treated like the dogs they are. Okay, because we all know Cyrus had them on a leash. School starts in 6 months. Wonder what it's. But yeah, Hoenn has the best legendaries. I'm just saying, like, this man is fighting with his life to defend Sinnoh. The only good thing that region have is Cynthia, bro. That's the only good thing they have. Everything else need dirt. They have the strongest champion, that's it. And I mean, canonically, she is, I would say, number 4. Yeah, having like more power doesn't make you better though, because they can't actually use that power. They literally can't use that power. They're just existing in their own dimensions, right? If Kyogre and Groudon woke up and decided, you know what, I'm gonna terraform the world, they could just do that. They have free will like that. They can just do whatever they want. Dialga and Palkia, nah, you need the red chain. You need Arceus to come down to give them a reason to come out. Lame. They need a master. Palkia and Groudon and Kyogre could never be tamed. Not like that. See, you're one of those people who like the lore carries everything. You sound like a One Piece fan right now. The foreshadowing, bro, the lore. It's peak trust. No, no. If it's not on the screen, it don't matter. It don't matter. Sinnoh has the best lore by far, because they're the region for like history and culture. But nah. The lore can't save you from being Cyrus's lapdog. And Dialga is like one of my favorite legendaries. And they made him look like such a bitch. Hmm. They should feel both out of reach and epic. But Cyrus had them in reach on a leash, doing whatever he said. Yeah, that is not legendary to me. Strongest legendary trio, yes. But also like the worst showing ever outside the movies. And in the movies they always get beat up. In the Arceus movie, they got beat up by Arceus, which makes sense. It's Arceus, right? Of course, he'll be down. And then in the Hoopla movie, Mega Rayquaza folded both of them, plus Kyurem, right? So, Hoenn on top. I'll give you Cynthia though. You have the strongest champion. In the anime, she's the strongest champion. But not in the games. Not in the games, no. Because canonically, Brendan from Hoenn has Mega Rayquaza. So, like, he folded her. But in the anime, yeah, she's the strongest. Stronger than Leon. Okay, this story is starting good. I'm gonna leave a comment. God damn it, you left the comment before I left it. I'll leave something else now. The Pokemon world doesn't even have a couple billion people. That world is underpopulated, bro. Yeah, you did copy me. You stole my whole flow. Word for word, bar for bar. Stole it right out from under, man. I've been trying to read this in Fairy Tail Satsuda Super Mega Gengar. This is hard to read. But yeah. Okay. I've read his story. It starts good. We'll see where his writing goes from there. Hopefully it goes well. Right. Now I need to actually write this Horizon chapter. And then I'm gonna write some Fairy Tail after. I completely changed the Horizon chapter. Again, because that's kind of just what I do. Right? So we're not in England anymore. And I have some things I want to include. So I think here's what I'll do. I'll show you all the plot I have for the chapter. And I'll break down why I have it the way I did. The way I do. And then we'll go from there. Right? So can you all see the whole this whole thing here? Am I blocking it? No, the Freddy. I would know. I'd like to write a female main character at some point, but not anytime soon. I need way more research before I do that. I don't like. I know how to write women, but a female main character is a lot. Granted, my favorite story, like story overall of anything ever, has a female main character. So like, I'm not against it, but I think I'm not skilled enough to write it without insulting women. And the kid has an explosion quick. I that like my intrusive thoughts once Baku and Uraraka to get together, right? But I won't be doing that. Deku has to win in the end of this story, so Deku's gonna get a W, some W. I don't know what yet. I won't say what yet, but he'll get a win. But yeah, my favorite story ever is Horizon Zero Dawn. Not Forbidden West. Not Forbidden West. What they did to my girl Aloy is unforgivable. But Zero Dawn is peak fiction ever. And it has a female main character. Right? But like I'm not ready to write a female main character because I don't think I'm good enough at it. Just implies likely. I don't think I'm gonna show like Deku's kids in the end of the story anyway. If the female main character of Fairy Tail was if the female main character of the Fairy Tail fic was a woman, the love interest would be. And that's so weird to think about. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn is my favorite game ever. Like I played it so much, and I even bought it for like Steam afterwards because I had done PS4. And I even bought Forbidden West, and I 100%ed that game plus the DLC. Gonna have who grew up. Thanks, so you're gonna have them grow up. I'm not sure who you're talking about. The Deku and the kids? I mean, technically Lucy is the female main character of Fairy Tail, right? It's supposed to be Lucy is supposed to be like the main character. Her and Natsu as a pair. But like it's Shonen Jump and it's Japan, so like you know how that's gonna go. You can't have a shonen anime without the main character being a dumbass who doesn't understand romance or woman, and he only likes food and fighting. Right? Does Deku defeat All for One in Horizon? I mean, he's in the final fight, but I won't say how it goes. Because I don't think it's a spoiler to say that All for One is the final boss, right? Like, we all know he's the final boss. But, like, it's a final war, it's not a final one-on-one. It's a war. We have two war arcs to write in Horizon. I don't want to read about someone who can be eaten. It breaks my heart. Imagine the MC gonna be like, he inserts his sharp spear into my inner thighs. I don't like it. I don't write smut scenes. I don't write sexual scenes. So you wouldn't get any of that anyway. The most you'll get in my stories is a kiss. The most you'll get is a kiss, and like they'll wake up the next day in bed together, and that's it. I don't do sex scenes. Yeah, Natsu acting dumb is fine. Naruto doing it is stupid. Because at least for like life and situations, right? Because Natsu is just strong, so he doesn't take things too seriously. But also he's an adventurer, so he's like meant to be more lighthearted. But Naruto is like a soldier, so him not taking things seriously just seems incompetent. Especially when like Naruto's contemporary for like this as a basis is Kakashi, who's like super serious, and then Naruto is like goofy. But Natsu's contemporary is Gildas, who's just older Natsu basically, so he gets some slack with it. I still don't like I don't like main characters who aren't competent. Like you don't have to be competent in everything, but at least in like battle be competent. Okay, what I was saying, this is how I plot a chapter, not a book, a chapter. A book too, because a book is just a bunch of chapters, right? So if there's a book, I just have like a bunch of these like this, and I had them like stacked out. But since it's just one chapter, this is all we need right now. So the idea is Horizon and Panto are talking about Japan's status, right? And then I have two dashes down here, which means this happens during this. Okay? So as the dashes go more to the right, it happens anything above it. Okay? Here we go. I hate the trope of the female support character hits the main character, especially Nami with Luffy. Yeah, they pissed off a lot of fans with that. When they had like the big reveal of him being a Yonko, and he was in the cage on the Straw Hat ship because Nami beat him up so bad, and his face was like swollen and stuff, right? As like a joke, and like Japan thought it was the most hilarious thing ever, and everybody in America and most of America was like, bro, why are you doing this? Like, this is his epic moment, and this is how you do it. You make it a joke. So like, yeah, in the West they hate that trope. In the East it's like, oh my god, she's so funny. She's hitting the guy. Yeah. Yeah, I can't stand that trope either, so I just don't have that in my books. I have like competent, sane people as characters in my book. Okay, but yeah, so they have in their meeting. They think about how to evacuate Tokyo if that sometimes happens again. This will come into play later, right? Horizon's working on like a shot for like the chemical bomb stuff. The nuke cut. What? Yeah, I write out something like this for each chapter. Sometimes like I'll go off track and just write something because it makes sense in the story, and I'll just have to remap everything. But for the most part, I try to have an outline like this, and you structure it by scenes, right? So this is the main chapter here. These three dashes is the main chapter, and then these two is a scene, right? The overall scene, and these two, which are under this, which are under this, right, happens in this scene. So Horizon tells her about this. Then the next scene, Horizon goes, right? So scene break. He warps somewhere. Horizon goes to the UN Secretary General because countries want to rearm themselves with nukes, right? We spoke to this lady before in the tech arc. Nuke or Japan, yeah. Right? She mentions the Star Strike system, right? So this is a subpart of this, and then this is a subpart of this. The Star Strike system is something very important, but it is completely new. So nobody has mentioned this before, right? Then this part is also part of this, right? So Horizon says he's not a politician, blah 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 blah. So like this will be like I'll say here mention president of Elkara. That was the name of the place that he mangled the president of, right? And then he'll go to our next place. So Horizon goes to, right, and he does whatever he's gonna do. He meets with Juzo and them, and we get some action because I wanted to have some action because I realized the constant world building and like geopolitics is boring people. So I want to pick up the pace a little bit by having an action scene, connect these dialogue scenes. Because all of this here is low on world building and geopolitics. This is action, right? This is action. This is some geopolitics, but it's sandwiched between the action, so it's okay. Because this is like 1 or 2 lines. Yo, what's up, Miles? Don't forget to like and subscribe, bro. And ask any question you want. This is a Horizon chapter breakdown, so it's a spoiler. Nezu's your favorite character? Yeah, he's one of my favorites too. My favorite is All for One though. I just like writing an evil villain who like knows he's an evil villain. And then we get to here, right? So, fun fact, this is what I don't know if I want to keep it like this. I genuinely don't know if I want to keep this. Because last chapter, I had Monoma mention that Horizon slept with two teachers, which are Ryoko, and Midnight, right? So he knows. So that would imply he knows about him and Law as Law. But if he doesn't know about him as Law, then that means it's Ryuko and the friggin' Fuyumi, right? But the Fuyumi thing would be adding on more, so I think it's better to do it like this. Because this arc has been about building up Monoma and like that part of the team, right? Monoma, Bakugo, and Deku. But not really Bakugo and Deku right now, but mostly Monoma. He's like the linchpin for like moving forward in the future. He's essential to the story. And like a couple hundred chapters ago, like 200 chapters ago, after they captured Kurogiri, Horizon Aizawa took Monoma into a room, into like a theater room in UA. When Horizon was in America, and they were talking about how like we need safety procedures and protocols if villains attack, and Horizon isn't here. It was that chapter, right? So while everybody's doing the evacuation, he and Monoma went into a room with like screens and stuff, and he was like, you need to learn how to use everybody's quick in case we need you. And he took out that piece of like Kurogiri, and he was like, you need to learn how to use this quick. That was like 200 chapters ago. So it's coming into play now as like he has piece of Kurogiri permanently attached to him. So he has Warp Gate plus copy, basically. Well, Warp Gate permanently takes one of his spots in copy, so he can copy I think 5 or 6 different quicks at once. But Warp Gate always takes one of those spots. So he never has to refresh Warp Gate, he just always has it. No, I'm not giving Deku all the other quicks. We're already long past canon. Like, I'm going to introduce like the last canon villain, the next chapter, and then that's it. But like Deku does not get any other quirks. I compensate him by making him just stronger than All Might already. Like current Deku in my story is like stronger than All Might, but he can't sustain it for long. Not like one punch, but like he could go like a couple minutes as strong as All Might, and then like he has to like take out, he has to like tone it down a bit. I think that's more interesting than giving him a bunch of quirks, because I want the whole thing of like I have multiple quirks to be all for one. I want that to be like his gimmick, because all for one is like the big bad. Yeah. So yeah, this part is all about like the action pacing, and then this part is all personal stuff, right? But to build up Monoma, because Monoma is very important for what comes next in the story. He is super essential. Honestly, if the world building, politics, logistics don't play a huge part in your story, I just don't want to read. It's the biggest reason I like Horizon. It had the world building at the start. Yep. Okay, I just like Black Whip and Float combo. Well, I mean, Deku can fly. I gave him flight. He doesn't have Black Whip or Float, but like he's faster and stronger than that, so he doesn't need it. And I gave him flight. He could flick the air and just keep hover in place. So like I compensate him by making him stronger in exchange for like those gimmicky quirks, right? Because I also didn't want to blow the story by like, because if people haven't read or watched MHA, which some of my readers haven't, Deku having 7 quirks is gonna throw them off, and they'll need an explanation for it. And I just don't want to spend 5 chapters going into that bullshit. Because again, this isn't Deku's story. So I just gave him like All Might plus extra strength, and then let him do that. Besides, those quirks aren't gonna help against like All for One. They barely helped against Shigaraki. Horikoshi just added them because like he liked Spider-Man, so like he made Deku into Spider-Man basically. Yeah. I debated a real long if I wanted to have him have those quirks, because the second year sports festival was gonna be the factor. Like the night before the chapter went live, I was concerned if I had 2 versions. I had the version of like him fighting Horizon and revealing that he had more quirks, and I had the version we got, which is like him fighting Horizon having a heart attack. And I went the second version because the multiple quirk stuff would have just been too stupid. Sure, just regarding MHA, I think it makes sense. It makes sense for him to have the quirks. I just think he could have incorporated them in a better way. There's no one basically dying though. I mean, currently in my story, yeah, in prison. But I mean, I've already said, like in the story, the narrator said All for One is gonna break out. Who do you think is the best superhero? Superman. It's easy. Because One for All is a power stockpile quirk that passes on. It would make sense that the quirks keeps previous year's quirks. It does make sense, but it doesn't make sense when Deku is the only person that applies to. If All Might had multiple quirks, it would make more sense. But it only awakens for Deku because he's the chosen one. Which is why I removed it. I don't want any of the like spiritual, my soul is stored in the quirks so I can talk to you from the afterlife nonsense. I wanted pure sci-fi. So I removed all that crap. Because Deku is the chosen one, right? He's like, oh my god, I have 7 quirks with All Might, who had this quirk way longer than me, and was way stronger than me, and way better at me than everything, only had 1 quirk? I guess I am just special. I am him, right? I am God-given. I am divinely blessed to be the main character. That, I don't like that. So I was like, you know what? Nah. That is part of my issue. So yeah. If All Might had 7 quirks, in my story, Deku would have 7 quirks right now. He'd be All Might plus a little extra. I give him like 5 or something because like his dad like breeds fire or some shit, right? So I give him that. But like, nah, he's just the chosen one, so no, you get nothing. You just get to be All Might plus a little extra strength and speed. I have no idea why Deku doesn't have all of All Might's abilities. in canon. In my story, he will, but like in canon, he's supposed to, but he doesn't have like the increased eyesight or like sense of smell or hearing or like super breath. He can't go for days or like sorry, he can't go for like 2 weeks or something without sleep like All Might did. Like he's also really slow, right? All Might went from like Tokyo to Musutafu, I think, in like seconds, right? It was like 9 seconds, right? And All for One said, "Huh, he's gotten slower. He must still be injured from our battle." So like, and Deku took like how long? 15 minutes to cross 200 kilometers. Like, right? And All for One said, "Huh." So like, Deku should be way stronger and have like a long list of abilities, but he just doesn't. But because All Might just has way more. Like if you look at the actual like if you look at like All Might's actual abilities, where is it? Where is the goddamn thing? Immense strength, speed, durability, stamina. Where is the? No. All Might powers. Vigilantes. There is a panel of him. Yeah, here it is. Open image in new tab. Here it is. He went from Tokyo to like I think like somewhere past Musutafu, right? So Tokyo to like South Japan in 9 seconds. Super Breath, he did like this was one of the first times he used this thing to walk on the air, so he could kick the air and walk like Toji and Maki and Sukuna and Might Guy, right? He flicks the air towards them. He does all this, but the main thing here is Super Breath, and he uses like super hearing to hear this from like 100 miles away. And this is all after like going 2 weeks with no sleep. So Deku should be way stronger than he is. He should just have all this stuff and then some. But for some reason they just like decide, nah, Deku's gonna be weak as shit for forever. Yeah, All Might has way more abilities. Yeah, and a Silver Age costume too. Epic. Yeah, bro's like strong. Yeah, he's a good Superman knockoff. He just can't really fly. Yeah, he's Nerf Superman or like a buffed Superboy. I'd say a buffed Superboy because he doesn't have the arm. Yeah, Deku is. He didn't want his MC to be Superman, yeah. All Might isn't allowed to be Superman, but Deku is allowed to be Spider Man and Luke Skywalker. Because that's who Deku is. He's a combination of Spider Man and Luke Skywalker. He even has Gran Torino, Yoda, and he's fighting Darth Vader all for one. Yeah. Because that's who Deku is. He's a combination of Spider Man and Luke Skywalker. Yeah, Spider Man always broke and has no bitches, or worse, he has Mary Jane, which is worse than having no bitches. I'd rather be single than have a girl like that. Yeah, Deku gets to be Spider Man and Luke Skywalker, but All Might can't be Superman. Where's the justice in that? Yeah, that's why MHA is so popular, honestly. Horikoshi loves Western media. MHA is a good version of like how to do superheroes in for Japan. Just the like the themes and stuff there, just like the writing didn't stick landing sometimes. Gwen Stacy. We rep Black Cat over here, bro. Black Cat or nothing. Silver Sable. She could be a good friend for Peter Parker. Yeah, Tony Stark always uses companies, yeah. The Fantastic Four lose their buildings sometimes too. They just go broke sometimes, have to get regular jobs. Which is the stupidest thing ever, because you have Mr. Fantastic. He can freaking just build something and make $1 billion. Fun fact, right? So there was a crossover event for Marvel and DC. And the Marvel heroes went into DC and they were surprised by how technologically advanced DC was. Because unlike in Marvel, DC heroes share their knowledge with the world, right? So like Lex Luthor, Batman, Ted Kord, all of them, whenever they invent something that can help people, they just give it to the world and they help people. So like Iron Man of riches and but they were genuinely amazed by how far technology has advanced in DC. And then later on in that story, we learn that like Reed Richards has like a cure for cancer and a bunch of stuff, and companies pay him not to release it because it'll kill the industry. So bro's a terrible person. Yeah. Yeah, DC is just superior. True. They have Superman. Yeah. Yeah, Marvel characters protect the status quo, bro. DC characters, they don't give a shit about any of that. They have to deal with real shit like aliens. Also, I'm just saying, Justice League Unlimited Watchtower. Not really this one, right? This one is cool, but like the one from the one from the current comics is amazing. The current run of Justice League Unlimited has like the most ridiculous Watchtower. Like it's just insane. It's actually insane. It has like it's like a like oh my god, it's the most ridiculous thing. Like it's ridiculous when Batman couldn't afford the whole thing by himself. And keep in mind, Batman is a trillionaire, while DC currency is in 1970 currency. So he's like rich. Yeah, 7,000 superheroes in New York at the same time during Civil War is ridiculous. There's enough superheroes. Hold on, let me see. How many buildings are in New York? 1 million structures. Okay, how many city blocks? Huh, okay. There's actually a pretty good amount. Let's try Manhattan. Yeah, they can have one superhero for every city block in Manhattan, which is where most of the crime, which is where most of the big events happens. And they'll be like, they just have them standing on the roof, waving to each other, and they have enough to like cycle them out. I wouldn't say Marvel has a better power system. Marvel has a better magic and like not cosmology. Marvel has better magic than DC because DC doesn't really do magic much. DC leans more towards sci-fi stuff. They have like separate comics and stuff for the magic stuff, like Justice League Dark. Because DC's magic is more religious, Marvel's magic is more fantastical. So Marvel has better magic because they lean into it more. With this ring, I mean, it sounds like you're gonna get married. The current Justice League Unlimited comic series is actually really goddamn amazing. Like it shows you how ridiculously stacked the Justice League Unlimited. The Justice League Unlimited team is like, I would say it is the strongest Justice League team and the strongest superhero team in fiction. Is this the one? No. No. I think this might be it. Yeah, there are like 5 Green Lanterns in this picture alone. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 Green Lanterns in this picture alone. Yeah, DC magic 6 motto was like biblical mythology, so they try not to touch it too much. Marvel goes motto was like Thor. DC goes motto was like Zeus sometimes. No, the Absolute Universe is not the strongest. The Absolute Universe is definitely not the strongest. Absolute Wonder Woman might be stronger than regular Wonder Woman. She's definitely hotter and more interesting. Absolute Superman is weaker than regular Superman. Absolute Batman is stronger but less like useful, I guess, like tactically, like for Justice League team than Absolute Batman. Yeah, it is the coolest. Absolute Universe is cool, but the Justice League Unlimited universe, like that team, is ridiculous. Like if you ever played DC Universe Online, the Justice League in that is inspired by the Justice League Unlimited. And I think before the 2025 run of Justice League Unlimited, the strongest superhero team in fiction was the Legion of Superheroes from the 23rd century in DC universe. They're like the Justice League from 2315 or something. Or 2415, however that is. But yeah. Yeah, Ben 10 XDC would be really good. Honestly, I saved a Ben 10X like Marvel fic. There are a few of those. One of them is Dial, DIL. You could probably Google that. Yeah, Dial Chapter 1. Yeah, Absolute Wonder Woman is building up to Absolute Wonder Woman is building up to some big conflict between her and Hades. How long is this? 700,000 words. This is shorter than Horizon. What the hell? Took him 4 years though. Damn. Yeah, this one is interesting. A Hunter x Hunter fanfic. I just don't like Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter just doesn't interest me at all. That's fanfiction.net. You could Google Dial Ben 10 in Marvel fanfiction and it'll show up. This is the first one. That's fanfiction.net. I mean, I'm surprised. I'd be surprised if a fanfiction reader doesn't know about fanfiction.net. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter just doesn't interest me, bro. It's so lame. So lame. Hunter x Hunter is a shitty. It's a shitty shonen and a shitty Western comic in one. It's not doing good at either. And its fans just piss me the hell off because they wanna be intellectuals. Yeah, you did not with fanfiction.net. Shame on you. Boo this man. the intellectual Hunter x Hunter fans who have never read a comic book in their life, because they're like, oh my god, Nen is the most complicated power system, and it's just a circle. It's just a circle, and you're like, okay, you're stronger than this. You know what Nen literally is? Nen is literally Nen is literally this. Nen is literally this power system. But instead of the arrows going like clockwise, it just goes like across. So like whatever, like red can't beat blue, can't become blue, like that kind of stuff, except red would be like specialist. So if you're red, you can break all the rules, which like most of the super strong cards are like specialists, because like the author doesn't want to stick to his own rules, so like he make them specialists to just say, you know what, this person can just do whatever he wants. Like Jin, Gun's dad, he's like, yeah, he can just do whatever he wants because he's specialist, right? Or some shit like that. But Hunter x Hunter fans would be like, oh my god, it's the most complicated power system ever. It's so incredibly complex. And then they'll read like one comic book and their brain will collapse. Because like in the Justice League alone, in the 7 members, they each have their own power system. And they each interact differently with the world. And like if Green Lantern is on the team, Green Lantern does everything Nen does, like with the power system wise, because they have like 13 Lantern Corps with different emotions. So I'm like, what do you mean it's complex, bro? It's a circle. It's not that deep. But they're like, it's the most complex thing ever. It's peak. It's so amazing. Like, bro, shut the fuck up. It's not that complex. Can you not draw a circle and path line through it? That's the whole thing. And the writing for Hunter x Hunter, I'll be real, might be the most boring starter shonen I've ever seen in my fucking life. Like, I fell asleep. Their abilities aren't even that complicated though, people just retarded. Like, Hunter x Hunter, if you have an IQ above room temperature, you can understand everything. Hisoka vs. Crollo, that's interesting because Crollo can do a bunch of different shit. Right? So that's a chess game. But for the most part, like, Gun's whole thing is he punches you hard, he chops you hard, or he slaps you hard. Right? Like, rock, paper, scissors, that's the, oh my god, it's so complex. That's like me saying Ichigo's power. Ichigo, you know what? Ichigo is actually more complex, his power system, than Gun. Because he has Getsuga Tensho, Getsuga Jujisho. He has his full bring, his Shikai, his Bankai, right? He has Flash Step, right? He has 6 things. Gon has rock, paper, scissors. And if your bag is shallower than Ichigo, I'ma be real, bro. You, a toddler could probably like figure out what the hell you're doing. The parallels between the Phantom Troop and Gon is pretty fun though. And like specifically the Chimera Ants, like Miriam was Gon, like P2 was Gon, because for that arc, while Gon was becoming more of a monster and losing his humanity, the ants were becoming more human and more caring. So it was like an inverse of what you'd expect, which is fun, and they met in the middle, which is why like P2 begging for like Gon to wait for the king not to like get jumped basically. I think I can't remember. That's a while ago. He was like, please, like, if you're gonna kill me, but like wait a bit so like he'll live. And Gon was like, nah, we're doing this now. And before that arc, the rules would have been completely switched. Bro, Gon is gone forever. His story is done. Gon never coming back. Get over it. Kurapika and freaking, what's his name? Whitehead bro is. Netero vs. the Ant King was good, but underwhelming, honestly. I think the best moment in Hunter x Hunter is actually the Dragon Dive. That was when like that is when I would say the writing peaked. That was like peak writing in Hunter x Hunter. When people tell me Hunter x Hunter is peak, that's the kind of writing I'm expecting. But they're like the power system is so complex, and then it's the same shit as Dragon Ball, except you get quirks on top of it. It's quirks plus Dragon Ball. That's the whole power system. It's the most basic bullshit ever. Yeah, Gon's quest is done. Gon is over. Like Gon was such a boring piece of shit character. Like Gon is why I kept falling asleep. Yeah, Dragon Dive was so well done. But Gon is why I kept falling asleep during like the first like 3 arcs. It's like the stupid arc where he tried to like go to the place and he meets like the boring ass lawyer dude and then like Killua, right? And then there's the next boring ass arc which is like the Hunter exams, which is like, oh my god, just put me down, right? And after that, they went on the island and it was a next boring ass arc. And the only highlight of that whole thing was when they were on the airship and they were playing like volleyball or whatever the fuck it was with Netero. Yeah, Gon is over. He found his dad. He retired. He found his dad. He made friends. Okay, his story's done. Now let's go to the Dark Continent, right? I will say though, Hunter x Hunter's world is interesting. Not in like what's in it, but in the geography. Cause the world map is there in a lake, right? This is the world map, which I think is really interesting. I've never seen this before in any fiction, because the whole story takes place inside here, and then you have to go to the new continent to get a whale that's capable of carrying to the Dark Continent, because there are monsters like in the ocean here at the edge of it, right? So like, yeah, it's interesting that like they flipped the map of like how we usually see maps. This is like the best part of the whole thing. This is the only thing I find like super interesting about it. I just think for you, the world of Hunter x Hunter gives you a lot of leeway and adventures to explore. No, it does not. Hunter x Hunter is pretty basic. Out of all villainous groups in anime, the Homunculus from Fullmetal Alchemist and Phantom Troop might be the best. The Homunculus, yes, I would say Homunculus is pretty high up there. I'd say the Espada is above the Homunculus though. The Espada just like have more drip. So the Espada, the Homunculus would be up there too. Yeah. Phantom Troop, I can't remember enough about Hunter x Hunter to like place them. The Akatsuki is not up there though. The Akatsuki, nah. Individually, the Akatsuki members are big, but together they aren't. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter could let you create anything, right? But like, there's a cap to the ceiling of how crazy you can get. But Fairy Tail doesn't. Also, the characters in Hunter x Hunter aren't as interesting. I absolutely love the Dark Continent. The known continent is even smaller than in the map. Yeah, I know that. But this is the best looking map I could get because I have like diagrams of like this stuff, right? Because like this is where they found Nitro Rice at. And then this is where I think Killua's sister got possessed. This is the thing. No, this is where they found Nitro Rice, right? Because this thing came back and possessed Killua's little sister to make the wishes. And then this is the guy who ate like his own hand or something from the disease. So like everything interesting about Hunter x Hunter is here. It's on the Dark Continent. All the people in here are boring as shit. Honestly, they should have just told Miriam, yeah bro, go to the Dark Continent and live your life there. And just see what happens, right? Yeah, Chimera Ant's a B grade. The one thing I would say Hunter x Hunter does really well though, consequences. They stick to the consequences and they stick to the rules of the power system. That's why I'll say they do better than everybody else. They stick to the rules. There is no way to break the rules, right? The closest that came to breaking the rules was when Gon said, "I'll give you all of my Nen if you give me all of the Nen I will ever have right now," and it was supposed to kill him, but then Killua's sister did the thing and he lived, but he lost his Nen forever. Which like he didn't die, but it's still like a grave consequence, so it's okay. Oh yeah, that nigga gonna die before we ever get to that continent. Yeah, definitely. Bro writes at like the pace of like one chapter a decade, like George R. R. Martin. Yeah, Hunter, they're never gonna finish. You're gonna be waiting forever. Hmm. Now that I look at it, this is like Australia, South America, North America. It's Australia, England, um, Russia, Eurasia. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. Greenland, Iceland. Greenland, Iceland. Yeah. And then this is just extra. Fairy Tail will have a cake and eat it too. But Fairy Tail has all the cake. You've seen those characters? I mean, they aren't just flipped. The map is also like scrambled. Like if you look at it, it rearranged because he flipped it and rearranged it. Yeah, he flipped it and rearranged it, which is fun. A fun thing I was thinking about doing is like having a story take place on our world. Yeah, having a story take place on our world, but the oceans and the land are flip. So instead of the ocean, you have the Great Lakes, right? And everything else is forest. And it's all fresh water. Yo, Silas. I finished reading your chapters, it was good. We're currently about we're talking about like Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, man, I'm waiting for chapter 4. I'm already waiting, I'm impatiently waiting. But yeah, Hunter x Hunter doesn't interest me as a world. It's too boring. It's too stagnant. Nothing epic happens there. It's not an epic fantasy world. It's just a fantasy world. I mean, Hunter x Hunter depends on what you're looking for, right? I'm gonna use the bathroom. Some people in chat have been glazing Hunter x Hunter, so you can just ask the people who have just been down on their knees throating Hunter x Hunter for like 2 minutes. Yeah, I'm writing the Fairy Tail fic next. I'm writing Oberon next. This is Oberon here. Yeah, I'll be back. Did I just... No? Okay. And I'm back. Dragon Dive is peak, yes. Chimera and hell no. Dark Continent, we'll have to see. Phantom Troop, the height. Gun sucks, I agree. Worth watching. I was falling asleep for the first like 50 episodes. I had to rewatch it like 3 times. To be fair though, for JJK, I was falling asleep for the first 8 episodes. Todo came on in episode 9, that was hype. Then I kept falling asleep again, because like those characters are just so boring. JJK characters are like some of the most boring pieces of shit ever. It's like, yeah. But this is what I'm writing next. Fairy Tail Oberon. Silius. I know there's something about your story, so let's go into this now. I don't think you filled out this stuff properly. Like your synopsis is right, but this stuff you basically need to fill out really good. And I'm pretty sure you can just kind of copy some stuff from me, not like unprincipled and stuff. But like you could copy some of this stuff, and you should be good. Because you only have 3 tags. So like take a good look at these stuff and you'll be alright. Cause like, yeah. Honestly, MHA movie 2, the second movie, is like peak MHA. I haven't introduced 9 yet, but he's gonna be in like my story. He's actually gonna get introduced in the next chapter I'm writing after this one. So Wednesday we'll see him. But like, yeah. Well, you could change the settings for like a story anytime you want, so there's no rush. But like the sooner you do it and the sooner you have keywords, the easier it is to find, so the more people will read your story. Yeah. MHA movie 2 is what made me write a MHA story. That first movie was dog shit. The second movie was amazing. Like actually amazing. Best written piece of My Hero Academia canon. Silius Ember. Oh, this is his story here. I'm going for you. He writes MHA Honored One. Yeah, canon. Silius Ember. Oh, this is his. Yeah, his cover art is really good. Yeah, she like edited the art and stuff. Couldn't be me. I go on Pinterest and I find something that works and then I write a story around it. I'm doing graphic design and that kind of stuff. Also, there's something I want to check real quick on my phone about your story. So one disadvantage you have when you put words into your thing is this one. I have a delay, so I hope like this shows up properly. Let me go on the OBS. Okay, focus camera, focus. Where's the thing? It's not focusing. Please focus. Okay, the point is, right, if you have words, the words have to be like distinct on it, right? So like it's safer to go with no words and a more. So it's safer to go with no words and a more distinct, like noticeable one. Because like there are lots of Gojo books, especially if somebody searches Gojo and then they find your book that way. your work won't stand out as much as like the Jack Hanma cover, because like it's just this, or like the President Stark one's pretty good, or like my one, which is just Horizon, right? But like there are lots of Gojo. Like if I just go Gojo, yeah, you get a couple, a couple, yeah. If I go MHA, god damn it. God damn it. Yeah, you get a bunch of distinct ones, right? So like people aren't going to confuse these for something else. And MHA with Stormbreaker, really. Yeah, and like, oh look, mine's the first one up. Look at that. Look at me being top of the charts. So like, yeah, you want something distinct instead of relying on the words, because people are looking at this on the phone, so like most people are gonna have to like really focus to see words, or like you want something like this where the words are like just popping. Yeah, text and covers is better, but I'm just not an editor, so I just shortcut that shit, right? I'll probably I'd like to commission something for Oberon later on, after I figure out what his final look is gonna be, because I don't know what he's gonna look like as an adult. But like ideally, like, yeah. Oh, I didn't have the right keyword for the longest while in Horizon, which is why I made sure to tell Silius to double check all this stuff, right? Because I didn't have MHA as a tag. If you don't have MHA as a tag and you search MHA, Horizon wasn't showing up. But now that I have it as a tag, I'm at the top of the MHA list. Yeah, I am. I have this one in my library. I mean, all MHA fix grow really quick. The trick is to get past like 2 million. If you get past 2 million, then you can like, then you're really like getting somewhere. But I had to add this because this was one of my story ideas I was gonna do. And I had this really cool scene of like him fighting Momo in the sports festival, and she hits him with like a steel rod, a steel staff, and as it touches his skin, it like gets super hot and melts in her hand. And I saw this, and I was like, please do something cool like this in the story, and I just added it to my library. I think I'm up to date on it. I think it's dropped. I mean, 11 days. 11 days doesn't drop. Maybe. But nah, I have faith. It'll come back. I believe. But yeah, you want something like either super distinct or you want the words to pop. Personally, I don't go with words because that's too much work. But yeah. So like for Oberon, I want something more distinct for Oberon, but I haven't found anything that good yet. This one is I'm still so proud of myself to find this one, because this picture perfectly summarizes everything the main character does. It's amazing. And for these, I will replace one of these with the fairy tale one. So I'll Web Novel does not allow you to delete stories, right? So I will come here and I will copy all of this stuff into the settings for one of these. So this will just become the fairy tale one. Because I don't like having these like in these like hiatus stories, except this one. Fuck you, Naruto story. But like I don't like having these two on here. Oh yeah, bro. MHA is the moneymaker. MHA, Marvel. I'm honestly gonna make a loss with this fairy tale one. Like it would be way more successful to do the Marvel one, but I just can't. My brain doesn't allow me to do two sci-fi stories in a row, because I'm a fantasy writer at heart. Yeah, these were there super early on. Like when I first started this one, like when I was like at chapter 7, like 80 or 100 or something, and I saw that like people wanted to read my stories. I was like, okay, cool. I'm gonna add these two, and whichever one gets the most collections, I'll write next. And then I was like, okay, I can't do this one because I might actually like end it all if I have to write a second Elementalist story after Elementalist in a dungeon. And this one I still have planned, but I'm nowhere near good enough to pull it off. So I'm just gonna like put it superimpose the fairy tale one over them. the Marvel story I'll write on the side, and if I build up enough chapters, I'll start releasing it at the same time as the fairy tale one. But I can't make it my main story. Insane luck. Insane luck for what? Yeah, the freelancer is the Lex Luthor's son ones. This synopsis no longer applies. And this one has changed so much. It is a completely different story. Completely different story. Because that one is where is it? Oh, I didn't actually put it here. And I also have like my One Piece and my Legend of Korra and my Star Wars. And like my Runeterra one and my next Danmaki story. All of these have a few chapters written in them. But don't worry about that. That's a journey for another time. Don't worry about it. I think this one has none here. I think it's in my folder. Yeah, it's in the folder. But this one is like Egyptian mythology. Did I just delete it? No, you're not allowed to delete stories. Right? I think I just lost it. Whatever, it's fine. The web novel website has stopped working for me here for some reason. Has that happened to you before? Yeah, sometimes the website will go down for like a night and I'll be super concerned because I'll lose everything. I'll be freaking out. I'll be like, please God, please don't let me lose everything right now. Yeah, I have a bunch of stories. But I can't do two sci-fi stories in a row. Oh, it came back. Yeah, I can't do two sci-fi stories in a row. So like I'll alternate between sci-fi and fantasy. But yeah, now you all got a peek behind the curtain. And I will say, it is pretty awesome to see like 13 million views on this one website. Pretty peak. If I get to 30,000 collections, oh, I'll feel accomplished. Well, more accomplished. Hey, ever thought about cooperating with other writers to make fanfiction? Yes, and I don't do that because they don't write enough. Literally, they don't write enough. Like, I write a lot. As you all can see, they just don't write enough. And writing is all about the execution, it's not about the ideas. Like, them giving me ideas is worthless. If I was cooperating, it would be like each we would alternate. Like, I'd write one character like first person, he'd write the next character first person, and we'd like he'd upload at then his character, then my character, and the chapters we go like that. Collections is when somebody adds your book to a library. So like library, everything in here counts as one. Yeah, the hard work is the irritated part, yeah. Everything in here counts as one collection. So this is one to Elementalist, one to Freelancer, one to Horizon, one to your book. And for views is 5 minutes of read time. So every 5 minutes somebody spends actively reading. So I think if they don't touch the screen or like scroll for a few seconds, the timer pauses. But every 5 minutes they like spend reading like this, you get one view. So Horizon has like, let's see how many minutes. 12.6 million. 12.6 million. 12.6 times 5. Right, 62.8 million minutes. Right? 62.8 million. So that's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I think that's 628 minus 1, 0. Right? And then you divide that by 60. People have spent 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 100,000 hours reading Horizon. $100,000 hours reading my book. That's how much of their time I've wasted, how much of their time I've stolen from their family. Yeah. Super villain style. Yeah, that's how it works. And for the reason I stress like read the entire thing offline after I downloaded it. Or read it, I think. EPUB from Scribble Hub. I don't recommend Fix. I'm sorry. I'm not a good reader. I'm not a good person to ask for like recommendations. My standards are like ridiculous. Like actually ridiculous. I took it from this studying time. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Or like on the toilet reading Horizon. That's more likely, I think. On the toilet reading Horizon. I'm not sure how Scribble Hub does it. Scribble Hub seems way more like difficult. Oh, by the way, I'm a famous author on Scribble Hub. So I could flex that now, right? Because the average views on a Scribble Hub story is super low. Like, this is like probably the most viewed like MHA story on Scribble Hub. Right? Let me see. 43,000 favorites. And how many readers? 2,900. Yeah, the second place is what? 7,000 and 900 readers. So I'm like 8,000. Okay, yeah, so I'm like way ahead of everybody else on this website. And I still think this website is not a good investment. Like, it's good to like spread out, but like if you're just writing like for fun, might as well just stick to web novel, because they have 84% of the of the fan fiction traffic. My rank is second in the website. Number 2 in MHA. Oh, there it is. Right. I'm guessing this is Harem, right? 1 million words? Jesus Christ. Is a translation? Oh god, is that world hopping? Nah, that'll count. That is not MHA, that's all these fandoms. Of course he's bigger than me. These are pretty good. 2,000 readers. Oh, so this is completed. God, it's hard to compete with completed books. Because, like, they've had years to just be here stacking up shit. But, yeah. Like, so you wanna, like, check out, make sure you have all that stuff done properly. Scribble Hub has a few very good stories. Scribble Hub user interface just sucks. Like, it's really just not good. It's not user friendly. And for web novel, right? So you're writing fanfiction, so this won't really matter as much. But 1,400. Hold on. 1,400 words here contract. Okay, this is the most important thing. This is why I always say 1400. Because if you ever decide you want to have a contract with Web Novel Sunday for our original series, anything in here, right, counts towards your word count. But it has to reach 1400 words for the system to count it as a chapter. Okay? And if you try to do some shit like this to like fill up the word space, they'll flag it. They have a system to flag it. So you get reported by it, right? So gain the habit of writing at least 1400 words for every chapter, even if you're just writing a fanfiction. In Web Novel, you have to browse a lot of fan and story, but it caters to a very specific audience. Yeah, Web Novel has something for everybody. Royal Road, I have beef with Royal Road. Royal Road, they piss me off so much, because if you all ever try to get a story onto Royal Road, it's the most obnoxious process you'll ever see in your life. It is the most obnoxious thing. Like, Royal Road thinks they're better than God. They're like, oh, by the way, you have to be like this and this and this. They aren't like user friendly in the least. Well, they aren't like inviting in the least. They make you jump through hoops. Yeah, they make you jump through so many hoops, and they barely have anybody reading on this fucking website. As I said, Web Novel has like 84% of online readership for this kind of stuff, for like light novels and stuff, right? And fanfiction. Royal Road has like 10%, and Scribble Hub has like 6%. So I'm not gonna jump through hoops for you for this shit. Plus, they don't have a way to monetize, so you still have to use Patreon. So I'm jumping through hoops, and you don't even provide anything more than a platform for me to post my story on. Like, go fuck yourself. You want with shit. Because like I have to still post my Patreon link and like have people go from the story to the Patreon, right? So why wouldn't I just stay on Web Novel where 84% of people are, and it's less work and less hassle, and I get like a bigger audience. Like, these people are too full of themselves. Yeah, I submitted this, and they were like, no, you can't do that. And I was like, okay, go fuck yourself. For my next story, maybe I'll consider it, but like, for now, hell no. Rather, it just isn't with the hassle. Oh, I was supposed to be writing this story. I keep getting distracted. Y'all keep distracting me. People on Reddit also do this very dangerous thing where like they'll post most of the story on Railroad, and then they'll change some stuff and post the entire story again on Amazon, which is oof. Some people have gotten in trouble for that pretty bad. They got like their both accounts shut down because like then they'll change some stuff, because like if you post on Amazon, you can't post it anywhere else for free unless you're asking for a review. So they'll get their Amazon account shut down and the royalties seized, and then they'll get their Royal account seized. And then if you do that and it's bad, your book can get flagged. So if you try to upload your book to like Ingram Sparks or something, your book will get flagged and nobody will take your book. So you have to write a whole new book because it'll be flagged as plagiarism. But yeah, I'm not doing that shit. Railroad can go fuck themselves. They're too pretentious. Way too pretentious. I mean, Amazon actually pays, Railroad doesn't pay. Railroad doesn't have any monetization. It's just a bunch of pretentious people. So like the quality will be better because it's people who want to go pro on Amazon. So they have to be better. But again, the audience is not big enough for people who want to like make money on Patreon and stuff to bother going there. So like yeah. So it makes sense to post it there, but like it's just not worth the hassle for me. At least for now. For my next story I'll give it a try. Yeah, Corazon was Horizon's father. Yeah, Royal Road's top stories will be better because it's people wanting to go pro. I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying like it's not worth the hassle that they make you go through. Because they don't provide shit. If Royal Road had like a system to actually get you paid from the app, from the website itself, I'd jump through the hoops for sure. But all they do is give you a place to post it, and they don't provide anything else. You have to do everything yourself. So why the hell am I going to jump through their hoops? Oh, Doflamingo, yeah, I cut him out of his story. I'm trying to cut down the unnecessary content from the story so that he got cut out. Yeah, he's not showing up. I had a whole thing planned with like at the end of the tech arc. At the end of the tech arc, they go see him and they kill him. But nah, I just figured I'd cut it. Bro, the mech touch is not good. The fuck are you smoking? That one statement made me question all your like life choices. If you think the mech touch is good, if that's what you quantify as good, then we have problems. Legendary Mechanic was awesome until he became like the one of the top 12 whatever the hell he was, and then like the story just started like rambling on and on and on and on and on and dragging. That was around chapter like 1100. No, I was talking to Seamless Miss. He said the mech touch is good. We need to shame that man, shun him and boo him, throw tomatoes at him, thinking the mech touch is good. I keep hearing Shadow Slave and Lord of Mysteries are amazing. I've never read them, so I won't comment on that. But I mean, so many people love them that something about them has to be good. No, Abu, I'm talking about like when he became like okay, there's a scene in Legendary Mechanic where he has like the it's like a sap, it's like a maple sap, right? And it's indestructible. And the people try to assassinate the dragon god person, and he blocks it with the maple sap. The arc after that one is when like it starts to devolve because it becomes like a cosmopolitics stuff, building up to the invasion from the other galaxy, which is what we want. But they keep dragging it out, and I couldn't take the constant dragging it out. God damn it! I pulled out my headphones cord. Ah. Long goddamn code. Yeah, I dropped the mech touch after like chapter 40 or chapter 30. That was trash. after after he designed the first robots, and then he introduced side characters, and then they set them up to be like they set up a promise of like they'd be a returning character, and then they ditched them, and then he did some other nonsense crap within 50 chapters, I was like, okay, this character is going to be inconsistent garbage. I'm out. I've never read Vampire System. I know that's super popular, but like, it's never interested me. OMG, how could you drop something 1000 chapters in? Bro, I damn near dropped One Piece in chapter 1008. Are you kidding me? That Joy Boy reveal had me go from a weekly reader to like a binge reader at the end of every arc. Or like somebody who just watches reviews on YouTube. It's never too late for me to drop a show. I will drop your story at like the second to last chapter if it turns out like garbage. You know how hard it was for me to finish Soul Leveling when the ending was gonna be that shitty? The mech touch is for a niche audience who likes to read about engineering. You see, that's not true. Because the mech touch isn't even about engineering. Like, it's fantasy engineering, so it's make believe. So none of it actually matters. Right? I drop stuff all the time. I have read 2,000 chapters of a story and dropped it in the last 300 chapters. Exactly, yes. If something is going to be garbage. Look, the reason All for One is my favorite character is very simple. All for One said, the villain is winning, so I'm gonna stop reading this comic book here. Because if I decide to stop reading here, this is where the story ends, with the villain winning. Okay? I respect that, okay? So wherever I stop is where the story ends, and that's the end of it. Yeah, Gear 5 went against all the themes of the story. Miles? Wait, is this the first time Miles spoke? I think Miles spoke up here, right? Yeah, Miles. Loki hate vampires enough for making system stories so damn popular. I mean, system stories have always been popular, but they were just better hidden than making it so blatant. It's been 4 years since I last read the Mech Touch, so I might not like it anymore. Who knows? The Mech Touch is gonna just keep getting worse, because the author did that interview with like Webnovel, and he was like, yeah, he's planning to like never end the story. He wants it to be like 20,000 chapters, and I'm like, okay, bro, this story is gonna keep getting worse and worse. It's alright. Bro, Gear 5 does not embody the story's themes. The theme of the story is freedom. Gear 5 is the chosen one of destiny, a slave to destiny and the Nika Nika fruit. It completely betrays the story's themes. If you think Gear 5 embodies the story's themes, nah. You might be the same person who thinks Naruto got it all by hard work and determination alone. Because Luffy's Naruto 2.0. The warrior of liberation and freedom, controlled by destiny, a slave to its chains, the chosen one. Luffy was never really a hard work over talent person. The power set definitely does, but not the theme of Gear 5. The theme of Gear 5 is a complete betrayal, which is why I damage up One Piece. Yeah, if your theme only holds up because it inspires people in real life, that's not storytelling. That's just your fans being retarded. That's like saying Goku is like a good that's like saying Dragon Ball has good storytelling because it inspires people to work out and get healthy in real life. That's not how that works. Dragon Ball Super still has terrible storytelling. It just also inspires people to work out. The fun part of One Piece was how random power Devil Fruit had. That was always part of the fun, yeah. And then they introduced Haki, the power of plot armor. My plot armor is stronger than yours, so your Devil Fruit does not work against me. My plot armor is stronger than yours, so I can hit you even though you're smoke. Yes. This makes perfect sense, yes. My plot armor is so strong that I can punch through anything. Bro, Miles, I'm sorry to say is very in denial. Luffy is Joy Boy. Joy Boy has a controller all the way up Luffy's ass and is using him like a puppet. Yeah, but Baki has good writing for what it is. Go Dragon Ball Super does not have good writing for what it is. Baki stays consistent. It's hilarious and like crazy sometimes, but it stays consistent. Dragon Ball Super has like terrible consistency. The strongest devil fruit is probably whatever the hell Emu has that lets you report other devil fruits. Aside from Emu, Oda keeps glazing Akainu's devil fruit. He's like, it's the most destructive devil fruit. It has the highest potency of all devil fruits and blah blah blah. So according to Oda, Akainu has probably the best devil fruit. But the strongest devil fruit. For like one-on-one combat. For global influence, probably whatever devil fruits control the seas. Because there should be a devil fruit controlling the seas. Because the last poneglyph is in a ship that is constantly surrounded by whirlpools that follow it anywhere it goes. So if your devil fruit can control the sea, you're the strongest person in the verse. The strongest devil fruit is whichever has the best haki user as a host. Yes, Shanks with the jacket fruit means the jacket fruit is the strongest devil fruit. That's exactly how One Piece works. If your plot armor is strong enough, it doesn't matter what you have, you're just the strongest. If Oda says you win this fight, your haki is suddenly stronger, you get to win. Laugh Tale is supposed to be under the ocean, right? My idea of Laugh Tale is that when they line up all the devil fruits, all the poneglyphs, right? Wherever the middle of the marker is, you have to go under the ocean, and Laugh Tale is like in a bubble at the bottom of the ocean, protected by the giant sea kings that only like Joy Boy can speak to. So maybe only Joy Boy can like get to Laugh Tale aside from Roger, because Roger could hear the voices too. Yeah, haki is plot armor. Damn right. The ice devil fruit does not have water. Devil fruits users are only affected by standing water, which means if they're standing in a bathtub up to their knees, it weakens them. But if they're ankle deep in a stream, they're fine. So the ice devil fruit technically is like salt water is not standing water. And it's fresh water and seawater, it's not just seawater. I mean, Abu, I would say haki is necessary because Luffy is too stupid to think of a weakness for his enemies. If Luffy was smart, you don't need haki. If Luffy was like Jotaro or like Joseph Joestar or something, who could use their brain, no haki needed. But Luffy is stupid, so he needs a way to punch people who are made of smoke. I mean, they have a way to fight Kizaru. Vegapunk has gloves and shoes that let you hit light and touch light and grab light. So Luffy can just spawn and punch him. Aoki, she's a bit different, and so is Akainu, but like, you can still do it. But like, Luffy's just too dumb, so you need haki. If Luffy was smarter, no haki needed. Aoki, she's a bit. I mean, Vegapunk is broken and he's gonna carry the whole back of the series. Because we know Shanks can't do it, because Shanks hasn't done shit. Well, Kizaru isn't actually that nerfed, right? Because Sabo the archipelago with Kizaru, whenever he moved, they didn't really show movement. From the perspective of everybody else, he just appeared somewhere, right? Only Rayleigh was able to intercept him. But like post time skip, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji have observation haki, so they know where he's going to be, and they could sense him so they could actually fight back. So he's moving the same speed, but they just got better. Bro, I don't even want to talk about Shanks beating a Logia. Shanks couldn't even beat a Gyarados, a weak ass Gyarados from the East Blue. That fraud. Yeah, Smoker could back him up. You mean a seeking bit off your whole arm, Mr. Yonko? Honestly, Seamless Mrs. might be right. Because Smoker gets exhausted the more he uses his arm, his Logia form. Also, all Logias can't instinctively transform, right? Like we know Ace had to actually like think about becoming fire to become fire. But Kizaru and they do it reflexively. The darkness fruit is just a plot fruit. That was just Oda way of saying this guy's evil. He has the pure darkness fruit. So that fruit makes no sense. Honestly, the only way the darkness fruit makes sense for somebody like Blackbeard to want it, Blackbeard, who's like the most genius person in the show when it comes to like strategy, is if the darkness fruit is what allows him to have other devil fruits. Like if he stores Whitebeard's devil fruit in the darkness fruit, which allows him to have two devil fruits, then it makes sense. Then it's the strongest thing ever. Aside from that, it's damn pointless. It's just damn still to have him have that. Yep. Crocodile. Crocodile is why Oda came up with the whole thing of like if you don't follow your dream, you become weaker. Crocodile and Gecko Moria. Because when Gecko Moria chapters came out when they were fighting them, right? That's when Oda was starting to introduce Haki. And people were like, how are these people, how are they beating the warlords, right? And Oda was like, the warlords used to be stronger, but since they went to the new world and lost and they abandoned their dream, they got weaker. So that's the logic of like why Crocodile is like a 3 billion bounty person now, because like he went back to the new world and started following his dream again and got stronger. So yeah. Because Oda has gone on record saying that Crocodile got introduced way too early. Yeah, Conqueror's Haki is too much. Conqueror's Haki is too much. It also removes the grandeur from Devil Fruits. Because if like two people punching each other with Conqueror's Haki could split the sky, it kind of like why even have a Devil Fruit at that point? Like Kaido said, right? Only Haki can reign supreme. So like why bother having a Devil Fruit? It's a pointless like addition to your arsenal. There is definitely an XH Haki. That's just One Piece right now. One Piece and Haki is like Dragon Ball and Super Saiyan transformations. Till just have another one. Oh, you think you're the strongest? Sorry, but my super duper powerful Conqueror's Haki is more powerful than your super Conqueror's Haki. Which is why I can't stand Haki. It's just plot armor. Power escalation does not make it good storytelling. I hoped Dragon Ball taught everybody that lesson, but like, nope. We still here learning to take our lessons. Conqueror's Haki Stage 5. Then Luffy just cracks his sky on his own again, I guess. Also, that Joy Boy thing with like the Haki knot, the knot of physical Haki in the Iron Giant thing, the giant statue, the metal giant robot thing. That thing made so little sense. But hey, you know, plot armor does whatever it needs to do. Yeah, ancient monster, bird transformed into a donkey. Not the best look. I am hoping NL comes back though. NL coming back would be amazing, but like his story is done, so like he has no reason to come back to it. Or like, what do they even call the One Piece planet? World? Yeah, man. See you next stream. I don't know. I don't see NL coming back for any good reason. Just has no reason to. Okay, let me open up this. Let's see. Yeah, I hope he's coming back too. But like they have to like justify that. I don't read One Piece weekly. The One Piece universe has oxygen and space. Like if you have a hot air balloon in One Piece, you can just keep going up to the moon. The One Piece space has air, because they have other pirates up in space too, and that isn't the only one. Also, isn't Enel just like lightning, and all the people that he has are like robots, so it doesn't really matter. He's living energy, so like he'll be alright. It has to have air, right? Because the Arc Maxim flies with sails, right? Hmm. Yeah. There are a bunch of stories about like people with NL's fruit though, so like that's a fan favorite. If anything, Oda should bring him back just for that. Show us like NL with like the good budget and the good, you know, animation. Pluto is the one with the Astro Boy spin-off, right? Pluto's on my list to watch. Mystery. Pluto and Cyberpunk were on my list to watch a while ago, but I never got around to it. Cyberpunk I just didn't watch because like I started it and the first like 5 minutes I just couldn't get into it. Hellsing Ultimate isn't the kind of thing I'm interested in. I have no system for Horizon. Nah. I'm never using a system again. I use a system in my first book with like Danmachi, because Danmachi has like a level up system built into the book, into the story. But it's not like an actual system. It's like a tattoo on the people. But I'm never using that again, and I'm never doing that isekai again. I tried to do okay. One of the reasons I dropped my Naruto book, well, not dropped, it's on hiatus, right? Hiatus indefinitely, is because I wrote it that the main character knows the story of Naruto Shippuden up until the Pain arc. So he doesn't know about Obito and Madara and the Fourth Great Ninja War and the Reanimation Jutsu or even Killer Bee. He doesn't know about any of that, okay? So his information is outdated and wrong, basically. But the audience keeps forgetting that. And like I keep having to remind them and it became annoying. Plus, he's lying to everybody in the book. And the audience keeps forgetting that. So they keep thinking he's actually like this person who loves Konoha, loves the Will of Fire and blah 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 blah. And then they're like, oh my god, I keep forgetting that he's lying every time he shows his true self. So like that got so annoying that I was like, you know what? I need to like set this aside for now. Because he's lying for like 10, 20 chapters at a time in a row. And like at the time I should have shown this in the thoughts at the like more, but I was a new writer so I didn't know that. So like they kept getting confused of like which is the real him. He said he seems schizophrenic basically. And then like his information was outdated, so they kept getting annoyed. But the joke is that he thinks things and then we know he's wrong. So he's like, oh my god, Pain is the most powerful person in this world will ever have. So now that Pain is gone, I'm the strongest. But the audience knows that like Madara and Obito are like right around the corner, right? Granted, I think Nagato is stronger than Obito for like most of the story until like he gets the white mask and like all the Jinchuriki and the Rinnegan. But like, yeah. Berserkers Peak manga. Do you think Griffith was right or wrong? Let me ask you that. Was Griffith right or wrong for what he did to Guts and Casca? Because technically, right, I'm not defending Griffith, but Griffith and Guts had a duel, and Griffith said, if I win, you belong to me. So he could do whatever he wants with his property, right? So if Casca belongs to Guts, she belongs to Griffith. So that's his Casca to do whatever he wants with, right? I'm not saying he's right. I'm just saying in court, this would be his defense. I'm just saying. So what do y'all think? Am I crazy? Am I crazy for wanting to honorably, like, wanting Guts to honorably keep his word? No, I'm pretty sure Griffith won the duel in the camp. Because Guts joined after. No, it does matter if he's right or wrong because people want to say Guts is the hero, but like, was Guts the one who broke his word, or did Griffith betray him? Because if I own you and you have something, that thing is mine too, mine's. So like, Okay, so like everything else is okay. So really, it's just about what he did to Casca, right? Which we all agree is pretty terrible. But everything else we can just slide under the rug. He was right for that. That is it is human. It is right over guts. But if you're a slave and you're wow, this is gonna get me cancelled. If you lose a duel in the way Guts lost to Griffith, and you have a girlfriend, does she also fall under the terms of that duel? I'm not defending Griffith, but legally speaking, right? If I had a gun to my head and I had to be his lawyer, this is the case I would make. Guts knew what he was getting Casca involved with. He did not warn her beforehand, and now she is the unwitting victim of circumstance. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. So really, it's Guts' fault, right? It's Guts' fault. He should have known better. It's Guts' fault. See. But yeah, if I had to defend Griffith in court, that is how I would do it. Genocide aside, but this is about him and Guts. Okay? But yeah, if I had to defend Griffith in court, that is. I mean, I saw Guts. Yeah, Griffith did anything he had to do, and you know what? Casca was one of those things. It is what it is. Guts knew what he was getting her into. He should have warned her beforehand. This is Guts' fault. I'm just saying, you know? That was crazy, and seeing Guts be like 8 inches deep in a demon and then pull out a shotgun or something as it's riding him and transforming is crazy too. Like they were both like on some wild shit. Because Guts didn't have to do all that. He knew she was a demon beforehand. He just did that for the love of the game. He just did that to see what it was like. And I respect it, you know? So like can't he really be mad if he's doing that and Griffith did the same thing but it happened to be Casca? He just wanted to see what it was like. Like, I mean, come on now. Guts knew what he was getting into. Now I'm starting to sound like a Griffith defender now. Well, if I'm running for president, they'll bring up this and they'll be like, look at this man defending Griffith and his heinous crimes. Yeah, Griffith had to be like a terrible piece of shit villain for like Berserk to be good. Berserk has no space for like moral ambiguity between Guts and Griffith. They just need to have beef forever. No Megatron Prime, just like pure. Well, no Megatron Orion packs. I mean, no Optimus Orion packs. Just pure. No Orion packs T16. Sorry, just pure Optimus plus Megatron. Just pure beef forever. But yeah, Guts should have won Casca, which she's getting into. He knew that man was dangerous and he kept her around still. Irresponsible, really. Very irresponsible. But you gotta respect like a pure evil villain though. Sometimes they really do things for the love of the game. And you know what? I like that Griffith one. Yeah, One Piece pulls its punches too much. way too much. Oda is too scared to be dark. Like, I was genuinely shocked when he killed off Pedro. And I realized it's only because, like, Carrot is there, so this is like we were experiencing Carrot's sad backstory for her to eventually become a Straw Hat live. Yeah, I watched Vinland Saga season 1. I have to watch season 2, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Yeah, Finland Saga was good. Yeah, the point of it is character development, bro. Wanting to stay a murderer for the whole thing. I know in season 2 he becomes like a changed man or whatever after being a slave and all that, but like I took a break after season 1. By far the best scene in season 1 is like honestly the first scene in episode 1 where they're on the water fighting and like it's actual Viking ship battle combat. Jesus 2.0. I mean, what age? When was the Viking age? 1400s. Oh, he's like about Jesus was about 31 when he died, right? Got crucified. So he's about, you know what? 761 years after Jesus. Not bad, not bad. Not exactly the 3-day resurrection, but you know, not bad. Also, I played like Assassin's Creed Valhalla. This is my Steam. Yeah, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. 100 hours, almost done. Uninstalled it because I was getting too distracted. I had to just keep writing. Yeah. But like I've uninstalled and reinstalled this game so many times. This is the only game where I feel justified fucking somebody's wife. Which is a crazy thing to say. But he's like damn much of a piece of shit. Yeah. Like, that guy is just the worst. Like, I've seen like people online talk about how like they get to the later part of the game and they regret not fucking his wife because like he's such a piece of shit later on. And I'm like, I can't wait to kill this guy. Like, I'll betray him immediately. Resource management games like or what about Satisfactory? Satisfactory takes quite a bit. Might also burn on your computer. I mostly play like Teamfight Tactics and like well, mostly just Teamfight Tactics because I can play it while I'm plotting a book. And it doesn't take like all my brain power and attention. I'm supposed to be writing a story. Okay. Let's think seriously for a moment here, right? When you're starting a story, always start with dialogue. That is my rule of thumb. Dialogue, or you start with a word like this. Shambles in Horizon means motion. When you see shambles, you know somebody's moving, right? So shambles means, hey, focus here. Something is happening. So easy to capture the audience attention there. But I'm trying to break out of the habit of using that to start chapters. So I'd much rather use something like, let's see, he's talking to Pantu about Japan. Would I ever write literature? No. Too boring. I don't care about real people with real people limitations. I want to write exceptional people doing exceptional thing. Yeah. Shambles is a signature move? Yes, definitely. Because Horizon doesn't do room. Because nobody knows about the room. Yeah, when the chapter starts with Shambles, it's gonna be a good chapter. Yeah, because usually when it starts with Shambles, it means like the action started, right? This story, Audible, or like on YouTube? Or does web never have a feature now? Because I know Horizon is on YouTube. Right? It's yeah. A few people have like a bunch of Horizon stuff. I think this is the guy who asked permission for it, but I'm not quite sure. This might be him, yeah. Is it? Oh, thank you, bro. Nah, I don't give a shit about transformative. If you learn something from your story, that's on you. This is just for the vibes. I don't use my medium or platform as like a soapbox to preach to people. I just show them examples and they could make what they want of it. Yeah, transformative stories can be useful, but like sometimes they get too preachy, and I rather have it in the subtext. So like, if anything, the lesson in Horizon is like, just because you have a bad upbringing, doesn't mean it has to dictate your entire life. Like you can't change. You can be a better person, right? Until like you flip back into the bad side because somebody killed your parents. But that's beside the point. Exactly. But modern people try to do transformative and they just preach to you on how you're a bad person and you're going to hell for not doing things their way, which pushes away everybody. If you want something to truly be transformative, write a story with an example of somebody undergoing the process. Don't preach to them about how important the process is. So Horizon becoming a better person despite his upbringing is can be viewed as transformative, but like it's just Horizon. Yeah, Beppo is basically Nezu. I was gonna add a Beppo, but then I realized Nezu there, so like I'll just use Nezu. I added Guild because I wanted like a One Piece villain, but I didn't want somebody combat focused. So he's a jeweler and like a broker. No other One Piece character is gonna show up in this story though. Like you'll have met all of them. The Doflamingo thing I cut out because like that would have taken like 3 or 4 more chapters, basically maybe 5 more chapters. Guild is never gonna show up again. I replaced him with Zero. Yeah, those books will get banned if they got written again. Any kind of anti-authoritarian books will get banned, or even like somewhat anti-authoritarianism. I mean, they could get written, but they won't get far in the current system. I mean, Seamless Mist World War III might happen, and then you'll get a new version of it. You might be able to write it yourself depending on where you live. I don't know if I want to start this story with shambles or with like a description. This is the hardest part about actually writing. Starting a chapter is always a pain in the ass. Silly as how long does it take you to write a chapter? Solo leveling in Westeros, what the hell is this? I'm curious. I'm morbidly curious about this. 2 3 chapters, okay, you know, I'll add it. That's how easy it is to Wait a minute, do you have no reviews? Do you not have any reviews? Where do I leave a review? Oh yeah, okay. Do I not get to? Do I not get to do that? God damn it. Why can't I post a review? Look at that, I'm your first review. I took your review virginity. Yep. Let that sink in. You're about to see me. Okay, so this is how I write a chapter, right? I'm gonna go to the bathroom first. Then I'll do it. But look, I'm your first review, bro. Look at this. Look at this. Me as your very first review. Crazy how that works. Minimum word count for a review. Oh, I am. Yeah. One thing you learn quickly about me. I don't leave reviews or comments or anything on people's work unless I want people to swarm them. So like, you're the only one here, or like, this is the most I'll leave, like a meme, or like this in like a chapter 1 I'll leave this. This is like the signature thing. Like if they ask a question, but for the most part I don't comment or review on other people's works. It sounds funny. Somebody asked about the full chapter thing, but like because people will come here and they'll look at my activity to see what books I'm reading, and then they'll go and read those books. Or like if I comment, they'll go to the comment, and if somebody replied to me, they'll go fight on my behalf even though I did not ask them to. Like I've had books like MHA books particularly where like I leave a comment and I just say, "Huh, that's pretty cool," and somebody will reply with like, "Nah, your book was better. Horizon did better," and then somebody who didn't read Horizon but was reading the current book would be like, "No, no, this one's better," and then it would start a whole fight, and I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna delete my comment. I'm never doing this again. It's happened like 4 times, so I just don't comment on stuff. Or I don't leave anything that's not super positive. But yeah, when I get back, I'll show you all the full process. I'll write the story, then I'll edit it. Then I'll edit it on Pro Writing Aid, and I'll show you how I upload, and you will see. Yeah, I have W soldiers, even though I didn't ask them to go start fights in comment sections. Yeah. So I literally just I avoid comment sections. I'm like, cool. I'm like, the most I'll say on a story is like, huh, this looks like a fun idea. Or I'll leave the meme of like, we'll watch your career and create interests, which friggin' I think Seamless Miss stole from me. But I'll be back. I'm gonna use the bathroom. And I'll show you all how I hack productivity, top 10 productivity hacks for writing chapters fast. All right. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Right. Let us get this done. Make sure you're seeing what I'm seeing. Okay. We go here. We start this. We leave the chapter title blank until we done editing. Right. I'm probably gonna be a bit more quiet as I'm doing this, right? So generally, start a timer, and I will press start, and write. And every time I look away from the screen, or like I get to use the bathroom, or I go to get food, I'll pause it. And then when I'm writing, typing on the chapter, I'll resume. And I do that all day until this hits 4 hours. That's what I'm being super productive, right? When the chapter's actually flowing. Yeah. And that generally gives me like 2, maybe 3 chapters, right? So, yeah. We're gonna try it, we're gonna do that. And see how it goes. I might not be talking much. Let me see if you'll get the audio from my YouTube or not. But yeah, back when I was writing like 7-8 chapters a day for Elementalist, it was way more brutal. It was just me raw dogging chapters from like 8 in the morning to like 11 at night, going to sleep and then waking up at my desk and writing again. So yeah. Fuck. There's this and this tab, right? The tab to the right is a secret project that I think I showed earlier accidentally. Fuck. That was not supposed to be shown. But I just have to make sure not to open that one. Okay. So, yeah, that was during COVID, so like I had all the time in the world and nothing else to do with my life. right? So I have my notepad on the left, right? Plot points, and as I have plot points, as I finish plot points, I'll remove them. Right? So we start the timer. Let me read them once real quick before I start the timer. Horizon and Panto are talking about Japan's status. They can't let in everyone and are making more emergency plans in case they have to rapidly evacuate Tokyo City. I need word count here. Right. The better you get writing, the harder it is to get word count higher, by the way. For my style, which is like, my style is 85 to 90% dialogue, and the better you are for taking a lot of information into dialogue, the lower your word count is. So sometimes hitting 1400 words is really hard. Like in the last chapter, or the chapter before it, right? The chapters were super short, but they had so many plot points in them. But it's like, it's just compressed down because it's dialogue. If those chapters had like info dumps, they'd be like thousands of words long. They'd be like 3,000-4,000 words long. Okay. Horizon and Panto are talking about Japan's status. They can't let in everyone and are making more emergency plans in case they have to rapidly evacuate Tokyo City. Horizon is working on the immunity shot that won't disrupt crews but fortify the chain instead. Horizon goes to speak to the United Nations Secretary General. Our country's wanting to rearm itself with nukes. She mentions the Starstrike system, some leverage on that. Horizon says he's not a politician, he gets results. So let them do whatever they think they want. It's not like he cares one way or the other. He mentions President of Volcara. Let me make sure that's the correct word. President of Elcara, okay. President of Elcara. And hopefully one of you are back home writing along with me, so we can see how productive we can be together as a team. Right? So President of Elcara. Horizon goes to Michuzo. That'll be second phase. So I'll stick with the first phase for now. Just him and Pantu. Okay. So I'll pause and look away for the second phase, then I'll go to the first. But for now, let's go to the first phase. Yeah, I'll show you how I edit after too. So you might be able to learn some tricks. Because I'm editing and I'm doing everything to like up from here to uploading. No, I drink tea. It's Lipton, which has caffeine in it and some sugar. And I have crackers here. And you know how like guys have, well, some guys are like invincible. He has the lotion and the napkins by his desk. I have peanut butter. Because if I eat like if my mom makes rice, or like if I eat bread, I get sleepy and I can't write. So I have peanut butter, and I eat peanut butter and crackers, and I drink tea, and I don't feel hungry, and it keeps me awake and like focused. It's just protein and the carbs are easy to digest, so my body doesn't need to like take blood from my brain to digest it. So yeah, if you're writing and you suddenly eat like, I don't know, butter chicken or something and noodles, your writing productivity might just dip as your blood sugar raises. So like if I'm writing and like I'm really writing and I'm really hungry, I just won't eat, or I'll eat this until I'm done. Yeah, I know. My girlfriend came over and she was like, "Why do you have peanut butter by your desk?" Because she was looking for like a bottle of lotion or something, and she just saw the peanut butter and she was like, and then she saw this, and she was like, "Okay, it makes sense now." I normally have a spoon here, keep a spoon here, clean spoon, but I don't have one right now. But yeah, it's all about productivity. My entire life is about productivity for writing. Everything else is in the dumpster right now. Like everything else in my life is in the dumpster, but my writing is good. But yeah. But when I'm done, I'll do editing too. So like, I don't know, some people edit differently for their writing style. But if you have a chapter, if you have a chapter, no, she's not allowed to read my books. She's not allowed to read my books. If you have a chapter, the one aspect of my books that leaks in from my personal life is how my characters handle romance. So she's not allowed to read it. Okay. Who said they were planning to edit a chapter? Miles? Miles, if you save the raw version of your chapter, the unedited version, and you send it in Discord, I'll edit it live, and I give you an example of your work too when I'm done with mine. So before you start editing, save 2 copies. Save one for you and then one for me, if you want. I actually did like Lamae, LMAE. I don't know how to pronounce that. It's supposed to be like LMAO, I guess. I actually did that for him. He actually paid me for like a consultation. So like he sent me samples of like I think 2 chapters, and I did like critiques, reviews, and editing, some editing stuff for him. Yeah, so like, but I'll give you one for free if you're willing to do it on stream, because that way we get to help more people. Okay, let me start this now. Timer starts now. The hell are you doing? Yeah, you can send any chapter you want. I don't really care which one it is. Why the hell is my AC suddenly so cold? What the hell? Trying to edit while you're writing because it slows you down and breaks your flow. But sometimes I do that here on my screen. Autocorrect really goddamn hates this book. I also have this bad habit now every time I pause timer. I also have this really bad habit of every time I type a word Q, my hand goes to capitalize it. Because I'm so used to typing quick with a capital Q and horizon with a capital H. If I describe like the sun setting on the horizon, my hand is trying to capitalize the H. but at the same time I can't add these words to the to my computer's dictionary, because if I do that, it will completely ruin it for like if I'm doing other work. Okay, so that's the first section done, right? Oh. I forgot this one thing. Da, 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 da. 500 words deep. Now the first part of the book is done. So I can delete this now. Actually, no, I won't delete it. Let's just leave it there for now. You can use that as a guiding thing for later. Next part is Horizon goes to Mijuso, and we get to see some like action with him fucking up some people who are trying to plan. This is the action part. Largest freshwater supply in the world. Lake Baikali. Russia, Siberia. Nah, let's not do that. Let's see. Google Maps. Google Maps is very underrated, by the way. Always use Google Maps for if you have a modern story. City. Where did I think? Mexico City. Oh no, Paris. Google Maps is also very useful for, if you want to measure something like, let's say, Japan to Missouri, you can. But this will become relevant later for Horizon, but I won't say why yet. So you'll have to wait to find out. But remember that Japan to Missouri, truly not through the Pacific, not the other way around, through the Pacific. Yeah. Where's the Eiffel Tower? That's a good question. Not in the middle. Oh, a boat. Okay. Could be on a boat. Chuzo and beside Mudman and Simon. I forgot to resume. Yep. He does that. Hmm. You know what? No. Yeah, let's do that. The hell? Uh, what a thin mud. We'll do this. How do I even do this? What quirks I want to have? That is a big question, right? Okay, so Shinzo's guys then. Of what color would this be? Glowing red? How does he want to do this? What does he want to do with this? What does he want to do with this? Uh, That response force is. One trigger. 1500 words. Pause. Okay, so this is the action part done. Okay, so I think I'll keep the last set of points for the next chapter. The part with Monoma. Yeah, that'll be a team thing afterwards, Monoma and Chuzo talking. Because I need Chuzo for that, and I can't have him doing this and doing that in the same chapter. The timeline don't make sense. So the last thing is the United Nations, right? I'm at 1522 words. But the sequencing doesn't work if I add the Monoma part of this into this chapter, so I'll add that at the start of the next chapter. I'll leave it like a 3-day time skip. Oh, I should have probably checked out like how. I was recording for some reason. The hell? That's weird. Oh, the word count is behind my face. Okay. It's 3 p.m. right now. Damn. Minutes later. I actually only now started writing. I've only been writing for 44 minutes. Mostly just been talking about writing. Okay. Right, chapter done. So, 51 minutes. So let me make sure it's actually showing. 51 minutes, 36.36 seconds. Oh, 36.36 seconds. Huh, look at that. Okay, now I'm gonna start editing after I go to the bathroom. Real quick. I'll do a breakdown and I'll start to edit. So yeah, as I said, like you get like, this is, sorry, I misspoke earlier. The timer is only for the time you're writing. Editing doesn't count any timer. So you can get like 3 or 4 chapters done if you do like 4 hours of hard writing at my pace. Because this chapter is 1800 words. So yeah, 1800 words in like 51 minutes. And it's a pretty damn good chapter if I say so myself. Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to the bathroom, then I'll do the breakdown, do some editing live. I think Miles. Yeah, Miles, put your chapter in the Discord and the unedited version and tag me. Make it like a Word, a Google Docs document, not PDF. Yeah, and I'll edit yours after, so you'll see some stuff. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, was I alone writing or did anybody else do the timer thing? Yes, send it in the writers corner chat, which is this chat right here, writers corner. I'll get it. Okay, but now let's focus on the plot that I had laid out. The very precious plot. Journal entry. Huh? Okay, that's certainly something. Okay, here we go. So these are the three cores of it, right? The first one is Horizon's meeting with Pantu, right? And my goal was the emergency plans to evacuate Tokyo. Yeah, so the goal is, yeah, time is certainly up. Oh, Zero, I hope you're watching so you get to see like how I write the process. So the goal is Horizon Talk with Pantu is the first part, right? This is it. They talk about the plans to evacuate Tokyo. This will come into play later. The immunity shot. This is to resolve this current conflict. they hint at like the United Nations nuke problem, which makes Horizon proactive, not reactive, which is important. You want a proactive character, not a reactive character. No, I wasn't. Well, I'm doing this outline, right? No, this is a chapter outline, not story outline. So, I changed this from having Horizon just hear about rearmament from the United Nations to him going to the United Nations Secretary General and talk to her, because she's been introduced in the story before. He met her in the Pentagon a few times, right? So this way he goes to her instead of her calling him in, right? He needs to be proactive. He's Horizon. She mentions the Star Strike system. That's what I forgot. This is why it's important to friggin' to double check everything. This is why it's so important. Right, I need to figure out where to solve this, because this is very important. This is like for the friggin' final battle in the arc. Is that all? Okay, I'll cut this. Now leave it. Horizon Shackles. Okay, cool. 53 minutes, 70 seconds. Nice. Past tense versus present tense. I write in present tense because I write in omniscient. If you write omniscient, you can get away with writing present tense because you can because omniscient requires you to say things, or like it works best when you say things like eventually they will fight, or like little did he know he will actually marry her, or like something like that, right? So present looking into the future, or present looking into the past. But for everything else, past tense is better. Generally, it's more acceptable. But so long as you keep your tense consistent throughout the whole book and don't flip between them, which I sometimes do, I'll admit, I'm not really that good at it, because I write how I speak, and I speak omniscient and constantly jumping back and forth. So once you keep your tense consistent, the audience will kind of not notice it anymore, and they'll just read the story. But if you write in present tense, those first like 3 chapters have to be perfect. Otherwise, they're gonna like throw them the story, and they'll notice the present tense over and over, and they'll not like it. So yeah, okay. As I was saying with the outline now, is everybody here? Zero and Silius and Miles, right? You're not the people who are writing, as I was writing. Okay, watch your screens for a second. So, Horizon and Pantu talking about Japan's status, right? That's the main crux of this first part. Horizon's working on the immunity shot, right? That gets mentioned. The Star Strike system that gets mentioned. With some elaboration, we did that. Horizon goes to speak to the United Nations afterwards. That I moved down to later, but that's fine. This is where he gets the spark of doing now. Then Horizon says he's a politician, he gets result. I moved that down as well, right? So this one, these two, and this one, sorry, and this one, and no, these two and these two actually move, right? So the chapter actually looks like this. The chapter actually looks like this. Right. This is how the chapter actually looks. And this stuff we're moving off the screen, right? Because I moved that to the next chapter. But I'll bring it back up just to show like how it would not have worked in the sequence. Because sequencing is the essential part, right? So the first scene, Horizon and Pantu are talking, right? He's working on the cure for the immunity shot, all that, right? They mention like she mentions nuclear rearmament, right? Which is what gets him interested in talking to the United Nations Secretary General in the first place. Then Horizon goes to meet Chuzo, and we get some action stuff, because I don't want to go too many chapters without action, right? But I can't have Horizon just go stop like some person trying to rob some lady on the street. That just wouldn't cut it. It needs to be more than that. So generally, I know Horizon's gonna have two massive fights before the story end. He has one at the end of this arc. Three, sorry. He has two in this arc still and one in the next arc. Right? So I want to give other people some shine, because this arc is about building them up, building up the United Nations team, because they're going to come into play at the end of the arc. Right? So we give Chuzo some shine, and Shinso is there too. Hello, LeMay. What's up, man? I'm doing a Naruto chapter live, so I'm gonna edit it and I'm breaking down the sequencing. Right, so I'll start over since you're now here, and I know you're serious. I would learn to write. Okay, so the chapter starts. Horizon and Pantu are talking. Oh, and I used my productivity hack I was telling you, and I wrote it in 53 minutes about. So they can't. Horizon and Pantu are talking about making Japan, like making Tokyo have like an emergency evacuation plan for the entire city of like 20 million people. Horizon's working on a cure for the trigger. She mentions nuclear armament, right? That gets him interested in the United Nations talk. Horizon goes to meet Chuzo, right? I gave Chuzo the action scene instead of Horizon because Horizon has some big set piece battles coming up, and Chuzo and they don't really get that kind of shine in the story. They're more tactical, right? And people kind of like to see like his team, how he influenced them in a negative way, like he make them more brutal. So we'll see that, right? The people they're fighting have quirks, which throws off the entire theory that they had before about it only being quirkless people. They capture them, and Shinso interrogates them before he trains their minds. I realized this couldn't work because they were hurt, so brainwashing wouldn't work. So he just trained their mind. Then Horizon goes to speak with the United Nations Secretary General and countries wanting to rearm themselves with nukes. She mentions the Star Strike system, which I will not elaborate too much on in this chapter because it's a big reveal for later on, right? Horizon says he's not a politician, he gets results, so he doesn't care what they do. She mentions the president of Elkara as part of this, right? Now, this part I had cut out from it because there's a next part where he's speaking to Chuzo about the plan, but Chuzo already appeared in this chapter in the fight scene. So unless I did a time skip for like 2 or 3 days ahead, it wouldn't make sense to have him go back and talk to Chuzo, right? Because that could have just been in the Chuzo part. Plus, they have to make their whole new plan. So this will be the start of the next chapter probably. He'll be talking with Juzo and Monoma, and it gets revealed that like some of, I don't know if I'm gonna have him reveal his identity to them or not. I feel like maybe just Seru and Juzo, or maybe just Seru, but they're gonna be talking about the plan at least in the starting of the next chapter, right? So this is everything I wanted, these 3 scenes, and I got them in, and it came up to 1923 words, counting counting the chapter start and all that, right? So I'll say imminent inoculation. How to spell that? Imminent. Imminent inoculation. Boom. Okay. So, anybody confused so far, or are we good? Can I move forward with the editing? But to show it how to edit. How I generally edit. Some beginner to advanced stuff. Giving chat a second to catch up because I know there's a delay. Okay, good. So, at the top of the document, I put this. I put this. I don't put the links because this document is going on Patreon. The links are for the Inkstone and the Webnovel and the Scribble versions. If I'm sending the chapter to edit to like 0, because we share Google Docs and like Microsoft Word docs, I'll put something like this. I'll put chapter, like if this wasn't here obviously, right, I'll put chapter 374, right? So if we keep sharing the doc back and forth and we forget to rename it, he can open it and see chapter 374, right? But Horizon I edit myself because I write it kind of sporadically. I don't want to like mess up his schedule or anything like that. And Patreon likes to have it instantly, so there's that too. So copy all, Control A, Control C, make sure you get everything, and then you go, well, for me, I go into here. But generally, if you use Grammarly, like, okay, I'll do one with Grammarly on Inkstone. Yeah, I've always been a good teacher, which is why I'm so good at like relationship stuff. I'll do one pass on Inkstone because we all have Inkstone if we use Webnovel, and then I'll do one on pro-writing it to show you like some advanced stuff. Okay. So, pro-writing it needs to sponsor me. So I just read through that, scan everything, right? And I won't read it out loud here because I'll just read it out loud once afterwards. I'll just make sure like all the big changes I'm saying out loud. So generally I'll scan for the red stuff, right? Put the chapter in the Writer's Corner channel. I'll get it there. It's okay, this is my first draft too. Then again, my first drafts tend to be pretty clean. So, yeah. So, I'm generally looking for big spelling errors with Grammarly. That's the main thing. That's why I haven't slept in a while. I've been up for like 15 hours. Jesus. I'm just looking for the big spelling errors. Everybody can do like spelling and grammar, right? But I want to show you the advanced stuff that comes after. Okay, things like this, right? This is a very important one. Y words, word that ends in ly, actually, really, partially, those kind of words, adverbs, are terrible. You want to get rid of as many as possible. Unless you're writing super realistic dialogue like me. Because people actually talk like this, right? People talk like this, people actually talk like this. So I can just leave in these and it'll be fine, or I can take them out. Right? But I like more realistic dialogue, so I tend to just leave them in. And it helps the writing flow better. Yeah, I've been up 15 hours, bro. It's been rough. Right? So the blue ones are like not mandatory for you to take out, but like it should help. So for just for the sake of it, I'll just take out these here, just to show, right? So that one. Right, so commas also matter, right? So this comma I could take out and the sentence flows like, Horizon takes a moment to open a room all over Paris and focuses on a small boat on the river that flows through the city. But if I put a comma, Horizon takes a moment to open a room over all of Paris and focuses on a small boat on the river that flows through the city. Right? It gives that little pause which matters. So this is why you have to read stuff out loud, especially commas, right? This is a kind of place where I have a bad habit of putting a comma, but it should be a full stop. There should be 2 short sentences instead of 1 long sentence, right? Don't know what else to put there so it works. I don't know what you're talking about. The stream kind of delayed, so like for this stuff I'll kind of be off sync with y'all. A comma here is fine, it don't really matter. The trick is in dialogue, your grammar does not have to be perfect. That's like the main thing, right? Your word choice is character word choice. Or the comma, yeah. Character word choice. Generally, if you unsure about something, just read it out loud. Assume you're reading it in English. But yeah, it's like some of these stuff isn't a big deal, but like when it tries to rephrase stuff, that's when like I really look at the Grammarly. Okay, this is a spelling one. This is that. I can remove that, yeah. A habit. I don't need really here, right? I just need a habit. It feels kind of weird, but it makes more sense to just have a habit. On instinct, comma. Yeah, I'm another comma here. So this sentence has a little commas. It has 1, 2, 3, 4. This gets a pass because this is an action scene. So if you're in an action scene, right, you don't want full stops between every single motion. You want a comma because you want it all to be like one punch, but you're describing the wrist twisting, the bicep extending, the elbow going out, the shoulder, the hips pivoting, and the legs, and the impact. It's all one punch, but the comma separates every single piece of it. Otherwise, you get like some kind of disjointed thing where it goes like that. You want it to be one smooth punch. So, comma for action scenes, abuse them more than you think, right? Unless you're trying to be trying to do some purple prose, right? Then you could put like a punch, a kick, a slap. He grabs her, throws her to the side. She aims the gun at him, that kind of stuff. So here I'm trying to describe Simon's expertise, right? Shinso's expertise with the blade and stuff. So it's going through a nice fluid motion. They have control of this fight. It's not a rushed fight. Shinsu and Juzo are winning, right? So it can just flow smoothly. If it was a more action-packed fight, I'd have short, punchy sentences. Sometimes I'd have one in each line, just 3-word sentences, like in a line, a punch, a kick, a slap, and then like a slash. She raises the gun, and so on, just to make the reader feel like there's a back and forth that's super intense. But here, these are just nice fluid motions because Shinsu and they have a big advantage, right? When Horizon fights, usually it's kind of from the enemy's perspective, so it feels very chaotic because he's all over the place, right? And they're just panicking, trying to figure out what the hell's going on. But like when other people fight, like when every time Seru fights, it's like this, because he is very well trained, so his fights always have a flow to them. Horizon breaks the flow by warping. He teleports all over the place. The only time Horizon has like longer sentences is when he's doing a super move or when he's actively not warping and using his sword or something, and like he's actively trying to challenge somebody without warping. A good example of this would be like Bakugo, the first sports festival fight with Bakugo. It starts from Bakugo's perspective, and everything is flowing smoothly, even when Horizon's warping up, but like he's trying to hit him. But then as soon as it, like towards the end of the chapter, it flips to Horizon's perspective, and it becomes way more chaotic because we're warping with him. So we have to like change every time he warps. But yeah, so Shinso really, really messes up this guy, right? So I'm just doing some scanning here. More commas, because you get away with more commas when you're describing fight scenes or intensity, right? So things like this, right? It says you want to add wit. There are exceptions to this. If you are describing something and you want the description to be a bit more visceral and instant, you skip connecting words like with. So, right, it says here, and a villain is ejected by chunky mud. And normally it would say with second degree burns all over his body as he desperately gasps for air. But here it says a charred villain is ejected by chunky mud. Second degree burns all over his body as he gasps for air. Right? So it makes it feel more immediate, more important if you leave for the connecting words. Let's see. Anything else? This sentence is too long. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I've been trying to work on longer sentences. Yeah, see here. Heating the stone while inside was a bad idea. I'll remove the stone here, right? So it says here, heating stone while inside was a bad idea. Much better. Flows way better. So yeah, these kind of little things add up over time. Like when somebody's binge reading your book, this is what will help them just go through all the chapters one after the next. Because the words just flow better. Okay, I'm looking for the big errors still before I go to pro-writing it. Appears, not appeared, because Grammarly always thinks you're writing in past tense, by the way. So for me, I'll have a lot of errors that you all just won't see because you'll write in past tense, but it always tries to correct present tense into past tense for me. Okay, I'll remove and here, right? This crisis has people scared, comma, countries are desperate for some sense of security. Remove the and it sounds way more immediate and like dangerous. Yeah, just removing connecting words. They aren't thinking, they're desperate. And right now it's just a rumor. But if even one country, I'm leaving out this comma. Actually, nah, I'll leave it. I'll put it in. Yeah. Sneeze. There we go. Almost done editing it in the first draft in Grammarly, right? Doesn't affect me either way. Okay, Zero, you're watching, right? It'll, whenever a longer sentence like this comes up, it'll try to give you a semicolon, right? Just do this instead. Semicolons disrupt the flow of writing. I know it's grammatically okay to put a semicolon, right? But readers rarely see semicolons. Yeah, thanks. People are more used to seeing commas and full stop and exclamation marks and question marks. Even exclamation marks, you don't want to use unless you really need to, because it'll break the person out of the immersion for a second, right? So semicolons and thing, do your very best to just avoid it. I would rather you like literally take a picture of the sentence and send me it and be like, how the hell do I rewrite this to not need a semicolon than pass semicolon? Because whenever somebody sees a semicolon on a page, it breaks them out of it and they're like, wait, what the hell? Because they see it like once every 50 pages, once every 20 chapters maybe, right? So you want all the punctuation and stuff to just be invisible. Yep, think it from a reader's perspective. That's the whole thing. Know your audience. So no semicolons. Every time I see a semicolon in a book, I'm like, okay, this guy does not get it. Anything else? Yeah, okay, this stuff I need to fix. Actually is important here, right? So this, again, no semicolon, full stop. And again here. Yeah, this sentence was egregious. But yeah, so that's 1918 words. I removed 4 words basically, right? And that's like the simplified Grammarly version of the editing. Okay? So this is the free version basically that you get with Inkstone. Copy that one more time. And into ProWriting Aid. Boom. Okay. Now we go to the advanced version. This is the stuff you all need to pay attention to. So, grammar and spelling should be pretty good. 95%. That's the one I always try to get to like 100 or like high 90s. Look at that. There we go. It drops down for like everything. Like literally everything. It'll just ping everything. Sentence length. Sentence length is mostly important in fight scenes. Fight scenes. Exposition should not be in your books. You should not have any expositions. But if you have exposition, sentence length is also important. Try to mix it up. I normally don't have this problem because I write how I speak, so sentences are varied. Yeah, it pings everything. Like even like this bracket always gets me one. But I don't disable any rules. But like everything else here, you can see all my other habits are good. And if you're okay, a good way to feel at being an author is to write in a passive voice, right? If you say the hammer struck the table, that's passive voice. If you say John slammed the hammer into the table, that's active voice. If your book is mostly dialogue, everything will be in active voice. Okay, so I have dialogue and 1 fight scene in this book, which means my passive voice level is 3, which means there's damn near no passive voice in this. Okay, 3 is like the dialogue tags, like he said, she said, basically. That's what they're trying to count right now. Okay, most people are at like 8, and that's like being conservative. So the first thing I do is I come into style score. I ignore because I'll be real, my style is like kind of weird. It's rare. It's not weird. It's like kind of oldish. hyper realistic dialogue, that kind of stuff. Glue index doesn't matter because that's like the all those words that I choose to leave in, so it's fine. If you stick to all the writing rules and try to get this thing out taken all green, my work will be like very, very different. So the first thing, I do not add character names or fictional country names to my dictionary. Also things like all that, like little sounds. I thought I was spelled wrong. Or like adjectives like quirkless, right? United Nations was spelled wrong. So those things always show up in my friggin' grammar and spelling. Like the amount of times I've had Deku and Bakugo show up, which is why like in that one chapter they corrected, I think, Bakugo to Mary, or like no, they corrected Midoriya to Mary, Mary, and Bakugo to something else in the same paragraph. So there's like two random ass people just showed up in the thing, right? But I don't save them in the dictionary because it will mess up my dictionary because of how much stuff I write. So like my spell check will just fail, right? So I just go here, and usually, yeah, Barugo and Mary. Yeah. So usually this stuff just tells me that like I need more full stops. That's what I've been listening to lately. Quirks, they always try to make a common cue, but as I said before, I instinctively, every time I'm going to type something with a Q, I instinctively go to capitalize it. Right? And this also helps you break up sentences. But yeah. This helps you break up sentences and makes things more reasonable. Safe haven, not haven. I know haven is the correct thing, but safe haven is a colloquial saying, so I'm gonna just leave it. Right? And they keep giving me the same terrible rules as Grammarly. So like you have to decide what your writing style is. Even if you're breaking a rule of writing, if you have like 10 commas in a sentence, if it makes sense for you, just do it. Right? But you have to keep it consistent. You can't flip-flop. The man screams, I'll say revealing. Revealing a British accent. Not in a British accent. I don't know how you scream in an accent. You probably can. Yeah, I'll break this into another sentence, right? So again, not many big changes here. But these small ones add up, and most of it is them trying to friggin' change character names and shit, quirk names. Right? Boom. So spelling and grammar done. What am I? This is yeah, okay. Okay, spelling and grammar done. Now we see what else it have. So this is the whole editing process. If we have 9 people, is this gonna be the first stream where I have 10 people watching at the same time? 10 people eyes on me. I think one of those is me though, so I think it's 8. It still gives me this like 60%. I'm just curious. Okay. Yeah, editing doesn't take long for me. Because, well, part of it is I have Grammarly, right? So here's the thing. Here's the next thing. This will try to restructure sentences. So if you go on Glue Index, right? Yeah, I told you, pro-writing it is like, I paid a couple hundred US dollars for this shit. It's worth it. Yeah, the semicolons and colons in dialogue. Yeah, don't do that shit. It breaks people out of the damn thing. So here's what this thing does, right? The sticky sentences checker. This is something writers love to tell you about. Every booktuber will be like, remove the clue words from your sentences. You can't have clue words. It will ruin your book. You'll be a martyr. They'll kill you for this. Nah, it's not a big a deal. If you write mostly dialogue like I do, and if you write hyper realistic dialogue like I do, most of it is going to be clue words because people aren't very efficient with how they write. Clue words are inefficiencies. So if you have a first person book and the narrator is using a lot of clue words, you might have a problem. But the dialogue can have as much clue words and nonsense and like misused words as you want because all that says is the character speaks like this. The character does not know what this word means. So I kind of just ignore this shit because 95% of my book is dialogue. So they're like, oh my god, your whole book is glue words, and I'm like, yeah, it's dialogue, right? Or like they'll try some shit like this, and the first correction will be have like a semicolon, or like a river like terrorist attack. What the hell is that, right? So I literally can't use their nonsense. So I just make sure and I train myself to actually look out for the stuff. And now I don't really have to worry about it. So yeah, that's my whole editing thing. That is the whole editing pass. Let me see. End chapter. Is it end chapter or chapter end? What do I write? I think chapter end, right? End chapter, okay. That always bugged me. It's supposed to be chapter end, but since the first time I did it in this book, I messed it up, and I'd rather keep it consistent and go back and change it. Yeah, river like terrorist attack. Exactly. So sometimes you just have to tell the super sophisticated AI to fuck off. And that's the end of it. Right? And then you come here, you press publish, but you're not getting it till tomorrow. So Monday, and I go down this, set it to 23:55, and this puts it out 5 minutes before Power Stones reset, right? Because Chinese time, which means in China, Power Stones reset at midnight, which for me is noon, exactly on noon. So 11:55 a.m. this chapter will be out. And I press confirm. It's always a bit nerve-wracking whenever I press that button because sometimes I really do like press the wrong button and like press publish. Right? So 374. Nope, 375. I've made that mistake before too. Right? 373. Right. Okay. Now I copy this into here. Control V, and boom, this has to go and get saved. This is what my Patreon people get, all the PDFs. I would love to see how long how big this. Oh, this is the bonus content, by the way. 374. I would actually love to check how big that folder is. Close your eyes, people. Close your eyes. Don't look at the spoilers. Properties. How big is it? Only 53 megabytes. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. Yeah. Yeah. So that's basically how they do it. And like over here, I'll upload on Patreon, but like I'll do that off screen. Right? I guess I could show you all like how I do it, right? It's fine. Wow, Patreon dark. Nope, that's also not good. Okay, you know what? I'll use light mode, bright mode, right? So Patreon is, this is very important, right? If you're going to do Patreon, for this kind of stuff, you have to look at the small stuff. You have to put in the effort. I know my screen looks terrible right now with these colors, but that's because I couldn't do it. I couldn't find the dark mode thing fast enough, right? So we just bear with it for now, right? So you're going to put it. Okay, you're going to put it story. I'm pretty sure chapter 374, right? You copy this and you have this here. My Patreon does not have any links in it, because why do they need links? They're on the Patreon. The Patreon is the most important link, right? So like I don't need to like bash them over the head with it with something they already have. Where the hell is my, where the hell did it go? Did I delete it? Is that going on? Am I stupid? Webcam is not there. I think I deleted the Patreon thing, right? Am I that dumb? I think I might have. God damn it, me. I think I might have deleted. Okay, whatever. God damn it. Did I delete it? I can't see these things here because my webcam is on the screen. Okay, whatever. I'll copy it again. Right. So, Amateur Horizon, chapter 374. You copy this. You tag whichever one it is. Add to that collection. You want all these set up. Right? Patreon keeps adding nonsense that doesn't matter. Then I upload an attachment. This is so that people can read it offline, right? So every chapter has the attachment. Then you go into next, and this is the important thing. You want to put the title or whatever it is here. Otherwise, it will grab the first the first thing, and then you select what tier. Like if you say public, everybody will be able to read it. But it's not public. But yeah, you do that, and then you can just upload it, and everybody and all the people who get to have it will have it. So I'll just publish this one now. I'll do more guides on how to like set up a Patreon and stuff later on in the YouTube stuff. But for now, we have a new chapter to edit and to dissect. Oh, I'll read this one out loud though, so that like y'all can actually know what the hell I wrote and judge. Right? Although I mean y'all can just pause it and probably read if y'all really wanted. This is Apex by unknown author. Okay, traumatic, gross. This is disgusting. I hate this already. I'll tell you why later, in a second. But yeah, I see just watching now. Okay, so chapter 374, imminent inoculation, which means people are about to be cured soon, right? Because we're in this crisis, and people want to get cured, so we're gonna cure them. This is actually atrocious, by the way. This is just awful. Especially this. What the hell? Don't do that shit. Okay. I'll explain why later. After this. Okay, Shambles. What the hell are you doing? Excuse me? Pantu looks up from the mountain of paperwork on her desk to see Horizon standing across from her. You need to be more specific. You promised another shipment of Panacea to China. We just sent out another batch. They need it, and we have more than enough to spare at the moment. Not to mention the rumors floating about It'll be good to have friends that do we have it would be good to have friends at all the nuclear superpowers. Yeah, that makes sense. There are no nuclear superpowers anymore. Pantu raises a brow at this. Horizon sighs. Seriously? One little attack and they're already that scared? Not a little attack. Nearly 3 billion people died. Nukes wouldn't have helped in this situation anyway. We aren't a nuclear power, so I can't speak for what they're thinking. But while you're here, we have a separate issue. Added to the list. Horizon is ready to leave when she holds out a folder for him. The list in question. What the hell is this supposed to? He opens it to see a massive list of countries, and beside each nation is a number. Hundreds of millions in total. You can't be serious. Japan is the only place people feel safe because you are here. A lot of people are begging to be let in. Too bad our immigration policy is unwelcoming. For people who aren't useful, yes, she says. President Bosu is having me sort through these people for anyone. Yeah, I'm reading the chapter. For anyone that can be useful, and we'll place them wherever we have space. You want to brain drain the entire world. They took most of our pro heroes. This is only fair. But the problem is we need a second measure of security, an evacuation plan. Is me waving my hand not enough? Not when you're suddenly responsible for protecting the entire world. We need an evacuation plan for Tokyo City and ideally the greater Tokyo Prefecture. Horizon sighs. Yeah, that makes sense. Monoma has Warpgate permanently active in one of his copy slots. He'll be good at it. But where will you put the 20 million people? There happens to be a city you created that has recently been transformed into agricultural research land. That would be a good secondary use for it. Guess there was a silver lining. Horizon chuckles. Is there anything else you need while I'm here? About the promise to China. I'll handle it. I have a few private depots of Panacea, so I'll just warp one of those into the main facility. I just really dislike you promising them something I have to make without consulting me. I know. Just like I know you'd understand. Besides, you've been making politicians uneasy these past few days. This will do some good. What are you talking about? I've been putting the world back together. The president of Elkara? Horizon shrugs. I heard he slipped and fell. And his spine fell out of his body. Very natural. Please don't cause any more issues for Japan. The entire world is looking at us both. At us as both a safe haven and a treasure trove. The last thing we want is for them to think we have expansionist ideals. Whatever, I'll be gone within a year anyway. Horizon warps away, leaving her to focus on her paperwork. Minutes later, he appears in Paris, standing on the top viewing floor of the Eiffel Tower beside Mudman and Simon. So, what do you think? Mudman asks. Horizon takes a moment to open a room over all of Paris, focuses on a small boat on the river that flows through the city. You were right, this is the place. And you were right, this is the place, Horizon says. What are we dealing with? A gas bomb? Just like they hit some of the other places. Simon runs a hand through his hair, struggling to stay awake. Paris is mostly evacuated, but some people are still here. They still want to make a statement. So I knew this was likely where it hit, Mudman says. Fine enough from America and Japan that the mystery class people wouldn't be waiting here, and iconic enough that they'd get even more attention from the world. Predictable. Oh, I forgot a semicolon here. That'll be fine. Iconic enough that they'd get even more attention from the world. Predictable. Alright, go take them down. I'll deal with the bomb. We're ready, Mudman says as he and Simon prepare for a fight. Shambles. Simon and Mudman appear in an abandoned plaza. Renaissance architecture and historic buildings all around as they see both terrorists standing across from them. Both men had their back to the heroes, looking around, confused. Mudman wastes no time dropping to one knee and placing his palm on the ground, transforming stone into nearly water-thin mud. The attack extends like a river to the terrorists, before one of them perks up and spins around, waving a hand at the heroes. His hand extends, stretching the few meters between them and releases yellow sparks, while he leaps to the side, avoiding the mud trap. His partner is not so lucky, sinking to his shoulders into the mud before he realizes what's happening. Simon sees a taser whip arms villain leap to the side and instantly charges him, throwing his Tanto short sword and piercing the palm that tried to grab him. Ah, fuck! The man screams, revealing a British accent. Surrender, Simon commands, hoping the man will respond. A habit, because even if the man did respond, the pain he was feeling would break him out of the brainwashing. On instinct, Simon pierced the man's palm and drove the blade through his hand into the wrist, then ran along his arm, dragging the blade through meters of flesh and bone, splitting the man's arm down the middle. The man screams out while extending the other arm, only for Simon to withdraw his blade from the flesh and drop it into a slide, swinging above and severing both limbs as they were directly above him, all while arriving at the man's legs and kicking him in the kneecaps with both feet, causing him to fall forward into a palm strike to the temple, knocking him out. Breathing a sigh of relief and dropping his opponent to the ground, Simon turns around to see no sign of the other man. Instead, Mudman was standing beside a small patch of glowing red cobblestone, arms crossed, tapping his foot. He sees Simon look over at him and shrugs. Should only be a few more seconds. Simon shakes his head and takes out a medical foam spray from his utility belt, applying it to his opponent to stop the bleeding before the man dies. When he's done, he turns around to see Mudman soft on the ground, and a charred villain is ejected by chunky mud. Second-degree burns all over his body as he desperately gasps for air. Ah, fire needs air. Good call, Simon says. Too bad the idiot didn't realize heating stone while inside was a bad idea. Could have saved himself a lot of pain. Simon grabs his opponent by the shoulder and drags him over to the burnt man. These people have quirks. Doesn't fit the motive we came up with, Simon says. I know, which makes interrogating them all the more important. Any chance you can brainwash them and make them talk? With all the pain flowing through their bodies, not a chance. Besides, Horizon doesn't have the patience for that. This does throw a wrench into my case. I'll have to build a new profile for the man in charge. If being quirkless isn't mandatory, that means he could be a lot of more people than we thought. You'll figure it out. You always do. Yeah, but I didn't think I'd have to run a case before we moved to America. But at the rate these world-ending crises are happening lately, that response force is sorely needed. And you're needed as the head of the investigations for these kind of events. Still think they should have gotten somebody from the FBI. The team won't work if it's not someone we all trust, Simon says as Horizon appears in front of them with a car-sized container of dark green trigger. Wow. Yeah, more than enough here for me to figure out an inoculation strain. One trigger counter coming up, Horizon says. What happened to them? They all turn to look at the villains and Simon shakes his head. They have quirks, which changes everything. Well, that's your problem. I need to get back to the lab and work on inoculation. One that will reinforce the quirk gene against modification instead of pushing it forward like Trigger does. These two are in too much pain for brainwashing. Would you kindly... Hold on, I lost where I was. These two are in too much pain for brainwashing. Would you kindly? Simon gestures to the villains. Horizon nods and rips the information out of both villains, killing them in the process. He shakes his head slightly before turning back to his friends. I'll send a full report in a few minutes. First, I need to get the dispersion device to Nezu and David Shield. Then I need to make a stop at the UN. Minutes later, Horizon appears in the office of the United Nations Secretary General, startling the woman. Jesus Christ. No, but I get a lot. He places a folder on the desk. Timeline for the inoculation to be solved, preventing Trigger from working on anyone who has it. Finally, some good news. She eagerly reads the file. Distribution? I recovered a device that displaces chemicals in the air. Nezu can modify it so we can gas entire cities at once instead of having to give everybody a shot. Good. That will make things easier. Perhaps this will mean cooler heads can prevail. I heard there is potential nuclear rearmament happening. Is that true? Unfortunately, yes. She sighs and leans back in her chair. This crisis has people scared. Countries are desperate for some sense of security. and they think nukes are the way, they aren't thinking. They're desperate. And right now, it's just a rumor. But if even one country builds a nuke after we all agreed not to make any more, since tech, everyone will arm themselves in response. It makes sense. You don't sound like you care either way. Horizon shrugs. Doesn't affect me either way. They know better than to do something too stupid. You do know you're part of the reason for this, right? By saving the world? By killing a certain president in a gruesome way, by ignoring sovereign borders and bullying entire countries, by supposedly making deals to move to America after you graduate. Is that all? And the Star Strike system, she says. Horizon narrows his eyes beneath the visor. That's just a rumor. A scary rumor, considering that gives the United States both mystery class quirks and monopoly on the panacea, and the only super weapon on the planet, even if it can only target Star and Stripe, allegedly. That's a lot of aces in their hand. Maybe they earned it, Horizon chuckles. This is no laughing matter. People are scared that in a few years, the US will declare the entire globe its territory. And between you and Star and Stripe, what can they do to deny it? World domination isn't in my plans. I'm not a politician, which means, unlike you, I actually get results. Horizon turns to begin walking away. I'll be in my lab. Only call me if it's an emergency. Otherwise, but a phantom thief. And with that, he walks away. So yeah, pretty solid chapter, I think. Some action, some geopolitics, some character interactions. Now I can get into what this is. Because Jesus Christ, bro. Edgelord. Okay. What do y'all think? Okay. Here is what I'm gonna do. Roboto. I said this before in the. God damn it. Roboto 11. Where's Roboto normal, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? Who sent this, by the way? Which one of you? I'm not good with names. Not just that, I'm changing everything about this goddamn chapter. Because what the fuck am I reading, bro? Oh, this is Miles' chapter. Right, now, before I even get to the MC, I hate you personally as a person, bro. We're not even at the main character yet. So here's what you're gonna do, Miles. Control A on everything. Right? And you're going to come here. And you're going to select Roboto. And you're going to select normal for everything. Right? Then you're going to Control A again. And you're going to put 11. Right? And you're going to left align everything. The hell is left align? Let's justify the one. Oh, sorry, you're gonna justify everything, right? Yeah, I don't care what most books do, bro. They're not gonna help you. Most books suck. Do you want to be like most books? Do you want to actually be good at something? Okay, I don't know what the fuck going on here. So, the reason you do that is because, oh my god, indentation. What the fuck is, like, what is wrong with you, bro? How do I remove indentation? How do I fix this? I have to go like one by one? Kidding me? Roboto size 11 or whatever size you're comfortable reading. No indentation. No fancy fonts. No anything special. Okay. This is how productive, useful people actually write books. You aren't using a typewriter. Oh shit. Yeah, I know this isn't for web novel. I mean, I could tell this isn't for web novel because that actually had like a decent font on it. This is how you content edit a book. Before you grammar check and spell check, you have to content edit a book. So all this shit, all this fancy stuff needs to disappear. This is just so edgy. Like, this is the most edgy thing I've read like all day. Jesus Christ. Okay. Whole first page blank, but okay. Right. So the reason I did that is because, first of all, Roboto is kind of a pain in the ass to get like zone out reading. Okay, web novel is like a $100 million industry, and their whole thing is to keep people reading as long as possible, right? So they've pretty much perfected streamlining friggin' content. So Roboto, size 11 average, right? This gives you a good amount of, on Google Docs at least, it gives you a good amount of how long a sentence should be, right? Because this is generally what you want. It's like, I think 98 characters, I think, from left to right, something like that. I said it in Discord yesterday, but generally if it goes from one side to this side, that's where the attention span of most people are. So here, this is good. This is good. Well, no, this is good, right? This, with no comma or anything, not that good. Okay? So you would want like a comma, or it has a full stop here, so that's a bad example by me. But you get what I mean, right? Like this one, okay, good. Yeah, this one has a comma. If this didn't have a comma, this would be less good. It would technically be like 2.5 lines, right? But you get what I'm saying. It's a good, like, eye measuring way of like seeing if a sentence is too long and needs punctuation. Because if on size 11 Roboto you go left to right and then go to the next one without any punctuation, people are going to like fall into a rhythm and start to zone out. Roboto also makes it easier to edit, because if something looks weird, it shows up. If a word looks weird, it shows up. There is no curly letters or anything to make it look pretty. If it looks wrong, it stands out because it looks ugly. Okay. A cheat code though is, if you're editing, edit once in Roboto and then edit once in a different font, or just change your font, change the color, change something, and your brain like refreshes, and you get to edit it like it's a whole new document, like you're seeing it for the first time. So you spot every single mistake. This is something I generally don't have the time to do, so I just don't bother doing it. Okay. No indentation, right? And full justified. Okay. You do not want any indentation, because indentation, this crap, exists for a reason. I'll show you here. So, Mistborn, the Final Empire. Terrible, shitty pacing on the prologue, right? But the prologue, read and write third person. Oh, sorry, better first person. Yeah, that first person, third person, no matter. I'm still criticizing like your actual layout. We're not even at the content yet. Okay, Mistborn here has shitty, terrible pacing for the prologue, right? And I'll stand with it. I'll die on this hill. But the book is a nice font, standard font, right? So your eyes naturally feel comfortable going from word to word, right? So that helps the reader go. The book has page numbers, so you get a sense of progress as if the book has a good pacing. And the book has indentation, so you get a loading bar across the page, right? If you remove all of this, you get the true pacing of the content of the page. Okay, so remove all this makeup and see how ugly your work is. That's why you write Size 11 Roboto, everything justified, and then you see how it is. Okay, strip off all the makeup. This is you taking a girl home after one date and like spraying her down with the hose to see what you're really dealing with. Afterwards, you can make everything look pretty and fancy. And you probably should if you want people to buy from a shelf, right? But for now, nah, we're here for the writing, not for the selling. So yeah. What is this book supposed to be about, by the way? Actually, you know what? No, I just picked it up off this shelf. I don't even know the title. So let's get into it. Chapter 1. Rust. I swear to God, if I have page numbers. Oh, remove page breaks too. Where the hell do I even do that? Is that it? Nope. Where do I... How do I remove page breaks? Nope, that is ugly as shit. Okay, let's pretend there are no page breaks. Okay, so now you're ready to content edit. All that shit before was useless. Now you actually have the content on the page. So, 2400 words. Okay. Chapter 1. Rust. Peace has never been oh. This is all I thought about the moment it friggin' came up. Peace was never an option. I'm sorry, but like that as an opening line, this is the first thing I thought about. But this is important. If your demographic is my age, it's like if your demographic is 15 to 24, 15 to 25-ish, you have to keep in mind what their pop culture is. That's why like I don't have my characters reference like say things that could reference like real things. Aside from Simon, because I know my child is his age, so I have Simon say would you kindly, because he's like the mind control person and like that's a Bioshock thing. So I have them say certain things, but like this, when you start something like this, it makes them think peace was never an option. Especially for like an edgelord story like this. I assume it's an edgelord story because of the ending. But yeah. Peace has never been kind or offered to me. This is first person, okay? This is first person, right? Peace has never been kind or offered to me. So I'm tired of expecting it. Peace has never been kind or offered to me. So I'm tired of expecting it. Huh. That's okay. Interesting way of phrasing it. Peace has never been kind of offered to me, so I'm tired of expecting it. I'm done expecting it. It is first person, so I guess this is weird for me. I'm, phew. No, I'm starting here. This is where the story starts. Don't try to skip your little prologue thing. If it's on the page, it's where I'm starting. Ah, okay. Yeah, don't do that shit. Start the story where the story begins. Yeah, it's like a whole creed. God, main character's a loser. I could tell. Okay. The ceremony has ended and all of the students march towards inside the school, but I have a different destination. Tuning, I'm fighting the urge to rewrite this, so I'm just I need a moment because like I'm trying to process it in first person, then the third person, then the first person again. Turning right, I walk confidently to the school gymnasium. A new school year will begin as the blood rose leaves transition from white to scarlet, raining tears of blood. Okay. Is this a vampire thing or werewolf thing? Is this like one of those wolf thing where like he's the alpha? That kind of weird shit. Miles, are you a furry? Is this what we doing? I vow to make the same transformation by force. A challenge awaits me in the school gym. One of the many sources of my pain like shards of glass inside the bottom of my shoe. To alleviate the pain, I must walk slowly or in most cases stand firm, silent and non-existent. Silent and non-existent to not feel any agony. I mean, bro, this sounds like a werewolf furry book. I'm just saying. I don't think I'm alone in thinking that. Give me this short summary of the book in the chat, Miles. Very short summary. We have a furry in the Discord, bro. People. Is your Discord name also Miles? Oh wait, no, you're Shiggy. See? You people, you damn Discord people, always changing your name from YouTube to this to Instagram. All a bunch of different names. Yeah, this is the kind of thing I would expect Shigaraki to read and write. Yeah. With him being the apex. Yeah, this is on brand as expected. Okay, I reach the looming double doors of the gym. My hand grips the cold metal handle. I can hear the buzzing commotion inside. For the past, yeah, he's Shiggy. Send the short summary of it in the chat, in this chat. Very short summary. Keep it like one sentence. I reach the looming double doors of the gym. My hand grips the cold metal handle. Okay, I see. I can hear the buzzing commotion inside. For the past 3 years, I allowed life to hit and break me. I even committed horrific sins that I could never dream of washing free, or so the thought of change is a scary one. Free of so the thought of change is a scary one. I don't even know what the fuck. My hand rattles. Huh? His hand. I mean, rattle is a sound. Handshakes. Every sense of my being screams to let go. Bro, this sounds like he's gonna be a werewolf. This is exactly how werewolf stuff starts. The same mood, everything. It's like this weird, like psychoerotic, like the wolf inside him's about to come out. Like that's how it sounds. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that's what you write, but I'm saying that's how it comes off. You know, there are two wolves inside you. Yeah. My father says only the weak fear change. The strong thrive to adapt. In his eyes, I am weak. When I look in the mirror, I see the same spineless boy. Okay, nigga, like you need to like oof, oof. Basically symbiotic armor falls from the sky called Reapers, and they take over the host body and the human keeps consciousness. Okay, so Venom, got it. Extra edgy Venom. Then again, Venom is like funny enough, right? On his home world, Venom is an edgelord. That's why he's like a loser, because he's They make fun of him. Venom is the weeb. He's like Tokoyami. That's why he likes it so much, because they all make fun of him back home. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay. The summary could stop now. The first part was enough. The second part is just unnecessary. The second part is why I should learn reading the story, not like from your summary. Yep, I'll figure out the evolving being part later. Ray, have you gone insane? Challenging Gunner to a fist fight and death sentence. Says Timothy while his voice cracks. Okay then. None of this was necessary. None of this was necessary. Okay, what is the goddamn, what is the ceremony? Is it a graduation ceremony? Is it like a class promotion ceremony? What the hell are we, what is this shit? Is he going from like junior to sophomore to senior or some shit like that? I don't know how the thing names actually work. I'm not from America. Cause like this whole thing is red right now. Like this little bit of dialogue just pissed me the fuck off. Okay, so is it a graduation ceremony? Okay, so school now start. New semester. Okay, then none of this shit was needed, sir. Okay, you're being that writer. I'll show you. Let's remove this. Okay, so fuck. I'll just make a new one. First person mistakes, right? What most people do. 90% navel gazing, 5% description of useful shit, 5% dialogue. Okay, this is what you've done to me so far. This ain't it. So I'm giving you a review before I edit. Okay, I know I said edit, but this is more important, because if you're editing and the content isn't good, then you might as well improve the content and then edit good content afterwards. Okay, I promise you I'm not trying to make fun of you here. Okay, if you want me to stop, just let me know. But this is something I've explained before, and I've used like my own work as examples. But yeah, so this stuff is what you're doing right now. Okay, this is what you should do. Okay, let's say 80% dialogue, 15% descriptions, and then 5% this. Do you see how crazy different these numbers are? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, this is a learning process, right? Like, I'm still learning how to write too. But like, do you see numbers on the screen? Like, this is wild. Yeah, I'm still on. I've only been streaming 6 hours. I now got done uploading a chapter of Horizon to Patreon. Oh shit. That reminds me. I need to upload Scribble Hub. See, I forget you Scribble Hub people sometimes. And I feel sorry about that. But Scribble Hub has this weird goddamn, like, I don't know what's wrong with them. Like, what time zone are they even in? Right? So it's like 4 p.m. but like on the 10th. Yeah, Scribble Hub time zone just weird. That's why like it's annoying to do it every time. Okay, so oh Sai, yeah, Sai came back. So yeah, you've been doing this. You should be doing this. Okay, Miles, if you following me, and I'll give you an example right now of what the hell I'm talking about, so you don't think I'm just talking shit. Right, I'm putting it in brackets. I'll put it in brackets in. I'll just put the stuff in green and blue. I'll put it in blue. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. So here's the gist of what happened. The graduation ceremony ended. Ember, is that the name of it? It's Apex. This is for Apex. Oh no. This is for Miles. This is for Shiggy, right? So this is what you're doing wrong for the recap, right? Exposition, narrative, navel gazing. Navel gazing is when a character is telling us about how their feelings are so important and they feel so sad and the world is being mean to them. Okay? Which is, hold on, where is it? Here's it. I see the same spineless boy. My father, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so scared. I allowed life to keep beating me down. My trauma. Oh no. Whatever will I do? He's such a pussy. Right? This is like objectively for characters who navel gaze all the time, right? Navel gazing, narration. You've done some of that, right? Here. This is good. This is actually pretty good. Okay, so I'll put this part in green. Green is good. Wow, that's a terrible color, green. Okay. Darker green. Green is good, right? Green is good. Okay. Green is good. Let's see. No, that's all the green. This so far. Nah, I used blood once too many times here. Okay, yeah, that's all the green. That's all the green. Not yet. That's all they keep in. These three descriptions. So, let's go down the list of things he did. Right? I'm taking notes off screen. So, the first one is ceremony ends, new semester begins, right? Then we have ceremony ends, new semester begins. Then we have goes to school, gymnasium, right? The blood rose stuff isn't really needed, right? Wants to change himself slash transformation. He wants to let his inner wolf out, right? He's a werewolf. Totally a werewolf. Okay. Anxious. I think he's anxious about the challenge that awaits him. This shit, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's okay. This is puzzling me. Now this could have been dialogue. That could have been dialogue. Right? Enters the gym. Accepts that there is no going back now. He is a new man. Right? His friends, his dad doesn't think much of him. His friends try to stop him from moving forward, right? Is that it? Is that it? Right. I'm looking for all these things in this dialogue are coming up. Otherwise, this damn thing staying red. Okay. So let's see how much you get. Ray, have you gone insane? Challenging Gunner, very creative name. I love the guy. I love that kind of name for these characters. Fun fact: my Marvel, the best friend of my Marvel character, his name is Robert Hunter. He's Nitro from the Civil War event. That was why he explodes. Challenging Gunner to a fist fight, a death sentence, says Timothy, while his voice cracks. He tries to block my path, but I continue my stride toward the center of the basketball court to Gunner. The newest addition to a group of misfits, Cheek, laughs. Don't be over dramatic, little Timmy. little Timmy, okay. He pulls out his phone, hits record, and turns it horizontal. Good man, horizontal. This is going to be viral. Nick did not try to convince him out of this. Nick did not try to convince him out of this. So try to talk him out of it. Nick folds his arm in silence. We share glances for a moment and I could see the hate in his eyes. The hate that I caused. Oh, he fucked his sister. I'm betting that's what it was. No, it wasn't my fault. I will not accept the burden. This is fine, by the way. Lots of people do italics for thoughts. I do single colon, well, single, whatever the hell that's called, quote, single quote. Some people do italics. I'm gonna do italics, single quote for telepathy, right? Not for that, but yeah, whatever you stick to, just make sure it's consistent, right? My attention stops to Gunner as he begins to roll up his sleeves, and at the same time, his perfect smile. What? Okay, apostrophe, yeah, okay. Yeah, you can do I do the apostrophe for thoughts. I don't like using italics. Although I know I'm kind of the outlier for this. Most people do italics for thoughts, but I'm gonna have words, thoughts, and telepathy, so I kind of have to thing them. Yeah, I was just a bit true enough, but it said Saunders. I assume it meant falter, but we'll see. This child is something he has been craving for, and I intend to satisfy it as he removes our school blazer, tossing it to Timothy. Okay, so not all his friends. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna take notes of this. Ray wants him to not fight. Oh no, Ray is the main guy, okay. Finally get to learn his name. Timothy wants him to not fight. Jake wants to record the fight. Jake is an asshole, clearly. And Nick is upset upset with him because he fucked Nick's mom. That is the logic I'm using. Okay, so we're here now, right? This challenge is something he has been craving, and at the same time, his perfect smile son falters. The challenge is something, blah blah blah. Safety, satisfy, remove my school blazer, and tosses to Timothy. He barely manages to catch it. Timothy is the one who doesn't want him to fight. No, who wants him to fight. No, sorry, doesn't want him to fight. Doesn't want him to fight. He barely manages to catch it. I copy him by rolling up my sleeves, staring back at him and showing no fear. He stands a full head and a half tall. I was not gonna ask that, like, how big are these guys? Don't be physical. Oh, he's a football player, bro. You gonna die. Are we really going to do this, Rust? Rust? Ah, nickname, okay. Huh. Okay. Okay. Here we go. This stuff is green. This stuff is red. This is neutral. This is pretty neutral. Does he like his nickname or not? Because that very much affects this. Zero high, wow. The undersheriff, okay. That, okay, sure. So he doesn't like the nickname. Okay, cool then. Then this is red. Green. Why are you doing this? Nick unable to keep his promise of. I mean, I sigh. I told you already. I'll no longer take the jokes. The shoves in the hole. Nope, this is red. This is all red. Gunnar is his lackey. Creed laughs. Creed laughs to them. Creed, Gunnar, and his lackey Creed, comma, okay, laugh to themselves. He's only here to back him up in case Nick joins the fight. But why today? He pauses, holding back his emotion. Jake holds the camera steady at his face while moving him to shut up. Why? It has to be today. I need to do it because of it isn't then, because if it isn't, then all hope of redemption is lost. When the shit in red too. Depending on what the reason is, all this here might be in red too. Okay, this is becoming quite a bit. I'm moving my things so I can see how many viewers I have. 6 viewers. Look at that, doing good. Okay. 3 years ago, my twin sister was shot and killed. Nah, instantly red. We don't care. It's chapter 1. Nobody gives a fuck. Lunaris Light. I guess that's the moon. Bro, just say you want to write a werewolf book. It's okay. Let the wolf out. Embrace your persona. Are you ready, Gunner? Green. Subtle world building. This is a bit tough, right? Because, like, this isn't how somebody talks before a fight. Especially not somebody like a main character who's super emotional, right? So it should be short upon just sentences, but at the same time it's dialogue, so like, you know, maybe he just talks like that when he's mad. He just always has perfect vocabulary when he's mad. His mouth starts to move to confirm, but the door but the door is on opposite entrance person, but her attention's locked on the soul intruder as she bends over onto her knees, regaining her breath. Eliza Stronghold. Yeah, bro, this is a furry book. Finally, she stands to a full height. Her eyes puffy and crayons declared into mine. Eliza Stronghold. Time ceased to flow between us. Right, I like that. I like that. Waste no time. This is his bitch. And green here too. My heart pounds now, attempt to break free from its cage and fly. Okay. To return back into her warmth. I've loved her ever since I first did Iceland's child. Her eyes blue. Ray, what are you doing? No. Subtext for this shit. You already said enough with this. You don't need to say all this extra stuff. Ray, Eliza's voice cut through the frozen space. Bro, could be Gojo freezing space. She storms toward the center of the basilica. What are you doing? Jake is a piece of shit. By the way, no, he's not a friend. He's not a homie. Timothy doesn't want him to fight. Okay. Hmm. This is wow. A mini earthquake just happened. What country are you in? Big Mom just waking up. She's walking about. Yeah, are you okay? Should be fine. I mean, he's still on YouTube chat, so hopefully it's not that bad. Oh, you live in LA. Okay, no wonder you wrote this book like it's a furry werewolf book. Jesus Christ, you're from LA. Okay, this makes so much more sense, bro. I'm sorry I judged you so hard. It's just your culture. You can't help writing like some kind of Twilight teen teen wolf werewolf romance mood book. I get it. I don't get it, but like I have sympathy. All jokes aside, though, right? It's the book is actually pretty chill. Just like some of word choices are very reminiscent of like what they would use to like to pinpoint the 14 to the 12 to 15-year-old demographic for like werewolf books. That's why like I'm making fun of it. Spider-Man and Spider. Okay, so there's a spider inside you. There are two spiders in you. One wishes to be primal and one must contain itself. Yeah. I mean, we figured it was Spider-Man based because like the main character is Venom, bro. Like, yeah, that's Spider-Man or a superior Iron Man. So like you know. Mm-hmm. Uh, this. God, I'm putting this on red. This could have been said so much better. I mean, he said he gonna lose the fight, so I'm not expecting it to be big. Yeah, he licked the palm, feeling its intensity and while leaning over the edge of the building. I feel more alive than ever as fear drove my primal instincts to survive. My body wants to live. Then he delivered a devastating blow that knocks me out. Oh my god. I mean, what was the point that like he's gonna stand up for himself even if it means he gets his ass beat, right? That's the point. The Spider-Man thing, the Deku thing. I assume that's the point. Nobody talks like this, bro. Despite Green, this part red. Rust. I mean, shouldn't they call them bronze? Or tin? Rust? But I guess whatever. Okay. Yeah, this is gonna get more complicated. Rail and silver. Okay. Mhm. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna focus on the part I haven't read. Okay? So up until about here, I'm gonna do, because writing, like fixing all of this is gonna take way too long. And I wanna be out here an hour ish, because everyone needs to eat, and I'm pretty tired. Okay, so here we go. You have here. Alright, this is horizon. This is what you're doing so far. Your dialogue is good, but your dialogue needs more of this into this. So I will give you an example. So you see this here? All of this could have been one scene. Yeah, all of this could have been one scene, right? And I do mean that shit. So like, I'll give you an example. Let's see. I'll do it in dash form, right? So I'll keep it dash form. I don't want to rewrite your whole thing. So he's stomping over to the gymnasium after the ceremony with his friends. Tim is trying to talk him out of. Fuck it. I'll just write it. I can't do this shit, right? I stomp away from the ceremony the moment it ends. I'm not good at writing first person, by the way, so you're gonna have the upper hand for this. I stomp away from the ceremony the moment it ends. The moment it ends. Nick is silently walking behind me. Why is Nick mad at him? That's important. We still aren't talking, right? But all Timothy can seem to do is talk. he got a name? Oh, so Nick was fucking his sister. Okay, cool. So I called it. Yeah, always some shit like that. Come on. Come on, don't do this. Timothy pleads, right? Timothy pleads. I'll just trade. I will be famous. Will be famous. Okay. Ignoring the cool sensation of the metal handle as I march forward. Yeah, so this is a pretty good example of like how the fuck to do this. Not that your one is like terrible. Most books do it how you do it, but just as an example, right? So here he's going to the ceremony, the leaves, blah blah blah. New challenge in the gym, right? Cool metal handle, I can hear buzzing outside. These are descriptors, but they are necessary to keep, right? The looming double doors, right? But you kind of don't need all that. And the emphasis on like on everything is scaring him isn't really needed until until he gets the gunner. Nev. Alright, he freezes. gunner was there, a head taller than me, a Division 1 football star, made of everything my dad could wish for in a son. Right? So this is like an easy way of saying all the shit. Where is it? Where is it? There's the thing. Here. Boom. Alright, so you keep it short and sweet. And made of everything my dad could wish for in a son. Boom. Right. So this is like an example of like how you do this basically. So blah 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 blah. I feel a hand on my shoulder and turn to see Nick looking at me. We should get out of here. I shrug off his hand. I don't need your help. Right, so he shrugs off Nick's hand, so it shows their relationship is kind of rocky. It's senior year. say? Okay, cool. So I think this is a good like example. Boom. I'm putting this in like underlined green. Underlined green is the stuff I wrote, right? So here's how we do this. How do I get y'all to like read this? I'll just underline it regular, and we'll see how it goes. So I stomp away from the ceremony the moment it ends. Nick is silently walking behind me. We still aren't talking, right? So I just shoved in that because like I couldn't find a better way to do it, because first person's so weird. But all Timothy can seem to do is talk. Come on, don't do this, he pleads. Gunnar will put you in the hospital. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, Ray. What about myself? I snap at him. What about what I want? Timothy freezes for a moment as we march through the fallen blood-red leaves. Just let him get his ass kicked. Jake takes out his phone. It'll go viral. We'll be famous. Or at least get a few laughs. We arrive at the gymnasium main doors, and I don't hesitate to push them open, ignoring the cool sensation of the metal handle as I march forward. I'm not taking shit from anyone. Not Gunnar, not Dad, nobody. I almost crawl out the woods as we arrive on the basketball court. Nev, and I freeze, because just like he promised, Gunnar was there. A head taller than me, a Division 1 football star, and made of everything my dad could wish for in a son. Ready to get your ass kicked, little Rust? Gunnar immediately takes off his varsity jacket and hands it to his friend, who's almost as big as him. I feel a hand on my shoulder and turn to see Nick looking at me. We should get out of here. I shrug off his hand. I don't need your help. I don't need anyone. I can handle my own problems. I've always looked out for you, Nick says. Yeah, well, it's senior year. Time for me to be my own man. I point at Gunnar, and I'll start by kicking your ass. So yeah, that's a yell, right? He's exclaiming. Gunnar and his friend laugh as I take off my jacket and hand it to Timothy. Tough talk for a guy who's going to be spending all year stuffed in a locker, Gunnar says while cracking his knuckles. That's over. I'm not taking shit from anyone anymore, especially you. I say while walking up to him, raising my fist, ready to face the future as a real man. Kinda hits all your points, right? And like, it does it without like all the excessive explanations, right? It also covers like some other stuff from down here. But I stopped it before like the kill come in because like I just can't be bothered to do that shit. So like let me what is this? I'll download it. And I'll send it in the same thing as your. I'll send it in Writer's Corner. And in the YouTube channel. Nah, I'll just send it in Writer's Corner. There. So it's in Writer's Corner, the Apex example. So you can download it now. But like it does this. The most important thing is it does this. It keeps everything in dialogue. So like you don't have to narrate every single aspect of his life. You can show it in character interactions. He shrugs off Nick's shoulder, right? They're upset. Nick gives him his silent treatment. Right, so Nick gives him his silent treatment, but then when Nick sees he's about to get his ass kicked, Nick is like, bro, don't do this. And then he shrugs off Nick's shoulder and he's like, I don't need you anymore to protect me. So like, he's clearly more mad at Nick than Nick is mad at him, right? Because Nick was fucking his sister, not the other way around, right? And then Jake is being an asshole. He's like, yeah, just let him do it. I'll record the whole thing, it'll be funny. And Tim is like, bro, please don't do this. Gunnar might actually kill you. And then Gunnar is like, is shit talking the whole time, right? And you don't have to say that like Gunnar is the bully. Because if you say some conventional garbage like, I'm gonna stuff you in a locker, everybody in the world knows that's like American fiction talk for like I'm the bully, you're the victim, right? And then he mentions here like not Gunna, not dad, nobody. So like his dad is the other bully in his life, right? And then Gunna, after Gunna calls him Little Rust, right? So we already know Gunna is the bully, so we don't have to explain that that's that's him making fun of him. We know from context Gunna is making fun of him, right? And then where is it, right? The part where he freezes. He's super confident walking in. He's like, nah, I'm a changed man. We now leave the ceremony. I'm not taking shit from anybody else this year. I'm different now. And then as soon as he sees his first real obstacle, he freezes, right? So like it shows that like he is, it makes your point clear, the point you're trying to make without like beating us over the head with it. It shows that like he's a proactive person, he's trying to be better, he's trying to like take charge of his own life. But the moment one of his biggest obstacles there, he hesitates. But then he keeps pushing forward anyway. Which I think makes your point pretty well. And pretty quickly too. So like everything's good, he freezes, and then he's like, okay, this guy is like everything my dad wished I was. As it says, like, Gunna is everything my dad could wish for in a son, right? And then it goes on to describe like, yeah, Gunna is just him, right? And then he's like, yeah, I'm gonna kick your ass, and he's like, yeah, well, that's tough to come from somebody who'd spend all year stuffed in a locker. I'll say all senior year stuffed in a locker, right? So this should be senior year stuffed in a locker. That way you know that like this is his last chance as a high schooler to like become a man, I guess, basically. And at the end of it, he says like, that's over. I'm not taking shit from anyone, especially you. And he raises his fist, ready to face the future as a real man. So it shows that like this is him, senior year now start trying to change who he is and tackle this from head on. So it makes your point very clear without going into like a lot of exposition, and it gets every character's like characterization of pretty well. But yeah, I stopped it there because like the mom stuff and all that would just make a whole web of things. Because like how you handle this determines how you handle everything down here, right? So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Because like yeah, like it can be a bit much sometimes to figure out this stuff on your own. Believe me, I had to figure it out on my own and it sucked. Yeah. Oh wait, no. God damn it. Did I really just do that? Three 7 5. I think I'm on 375. Yeah, 375. I have to copy this thing. I have to copy dashes from here. Because I like to have the 3 dashes. I don't like to have the there we go. 375. Whatever it is. Yeah, if when you don't have the future plot knowledge, it really punches a bunch of holes in things. Like particularly the thing with like his like the guy called him Rust. Because I wasn't really sure if it's like a nickname that he doesn't like or he likes. Because he didn't react to it. But like if the bully is calling him Little Rust, like I add little to it for a reason, right? Little Rust. And then it makes it derogatory, and then him reacting like that makes it clear that like he does not like this shit. So yeah, like once you get the hang of that stuff, it becomes way easier. But like I said, I'm not really good at writing first person. So yeah, I tried my best, but first person is not my thing. Clearing up some of my notes here. It's always hard knowing how much or little info to give at the beginning of a story, especially without reading a summary or book blurb. Yeah, I always assume people go in with zero knowledge, because there's always going to be that one person who stumbles across your story with no idea of what the hell's going on. That's why I was like, okay, this is a werewolf story, because like it gave off that vibe, right? You mentioned blood like twice in the first paragraph, right? And it's like a school thing, and he's talking about how, like, you know, he's the predator, and I'm like, okay, it's a werewolf thing. Yeah. I'm not doing anything else heavy this stream because like my brain is fried. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I've been awake. Whew. Yeah, I've been awake for like 16 hours. Yeah, your boy is tired, as you can see. But yeah, hopefully like you all learn some useful stuff in the stream. Oh, this is the games I play, by the way. Let's see if I have any comments. Yeah. But yeah, you all got some behind the scenes look at my stuff. What's with these horny people? Scout, which sucks. Terrible character, terrible person, terrible everything. Yep, 1 person per hour, but 6 now. Well, I would hope he makes it to the Apex, considering the name of the story, right? Apex. Oh, I downloaded this game, by the way, for JJK to learn about the abilities and stuff, because this game has like descriptions, all that kind of stuff. But then I said I'm not doing my JJK story next, so I just ended up playing it for fun, and it's actually pretty fun. The trick to being productive is that you play games that need like energy resource, so you can't sit down there and play forever. You have limited like lives and stuff. That is the trick. Yeah. The transitioning leaves show that in a way. Oh yeah. I figured as much, like the red to white. Yeah. But again, you don't want to be that subtle with that stuff early. You want the promise to be made very early on in the book. And like I assume at some point he's gonna like ditch his friends, some of his friends, right? Scrolling on Twitter, bro. I have 2 monitors, so like when I tell you the distractions I can have, like I just always have YouTube on my left monitor playing music, and then I just have my work on my right monitor. And productivity is a struggle sometimes. Oh, I don't watch Twitch, but he watches Twitch. I'm sorry, I'm a person with a functional brain, so I don't watch Twitch. Yeah, what kind of weirdo even watches Twitch, bro? What's wrong with y'all? What kind of creature watches Twitch? That ain't normal. That is weird. Nah, watching Twitch is just odd behavior. Like, I can tell you're gonna be an OnlyFans guy when you grow up. Twitch to teenagers is OnlyFans to adults. It's the same thing. But yeah, this game it's pretty useful in like keeping you focused because you could only do so much in the game before you run out of energy. Yeah, but yeah, I gotta clear my dailies, you know. Oh, fun fact, I'm actually top 200 in teamfight tactics in the event. Yeah, crazy, I know. Super productive me as usual. I I was mapping out some plots while I was playing Teamfight Tactics, and before I knew it, an entire day went by and I was top 200 in the event. Yeah, time just flies. You're like old. I'm 25, so I'm an old man. I've been writing for like 4 years now, so like 10,000 hours of experience for writing. 10,000. Hold on, 10,000. How many days is that? Yeah, 10,000 hours of experience. I mean, I can play TFT right now if you all want. Cause like not like I'm going to do anything else. I'm probably just gonna eat and probably try to watch a movie later to like let my brain relax. Yeah, I'm 25. Oh, me too. What month in 2021 did you start? Wait, have we been writing the same amount of time? What? I've been writing since January 21st, 2021. I'll just say, right, if we've been writing the exact same amount of time, I mean, ugh, I'm not gonna say like you could be better, but like, you know, they say misery is when you meet the person who you could have been. I'm just saying, I'm just putting that out there. Let the subtext speak for itself, you know? January, March, April, May, June. So I've been writing 4 months longer than you. Damn, those 4 months make a difference, boy. I'm just being a dick, but yeah. Those 4 months matter. But do either you play TFT? Yeah, I have about 10,000 hours of writing experience. So I don't expect anybody to like be trying to keep up with me in like experience wise. No sane, reasonable person with a life. I'm not sane, reasonable, and I don't have a life. So yeah, yeah. Like I said, I was writing like 16 hours a day for all of 2021. So that alone puts me ahead of like so many people. Because like within 4 years, I wrote 2 million words, which is kind of psychotic. But I mean, if you want to be good at it, you have to work by volume, right? You have to work volume. Because on average, best selling authors, like super best selling authors like J.K. Rowling, Brandon Sanderson, George R.R. Martin, those guys, on average, they write 1.2 million words before they sell like their big blockbuster book, right? J.K. Rowling had 26 years of experience and 1.2 million words before his first Harry Potter book. Brandon Sanderson had 24 years experience, for 24 years of experience, um, and 1.8 million words before he sold the first Elantris book. And George R. R. Martin had like, I think like 2.2 million words under his belt before he like made it big with Game of Thrones. So the trick is just you need to get volume on the table, and you have to. It has to be volume while you're actively trying to improve. Yeah, sometimes you just have to get the words done and fix it later. Yeah, that's true. You need to know where you're bad at to know where you need to improve, right? That's what I did. I mean, I just the day I decided to start writing, I wrote 5 chapters, immediately uploaded all of them, then sat down and wrote like 64 more in one 36-hour long sitting without sleeping, set them to auto upload for the next 2 months, and then I went and I researched everything about writing. And then I went back and actually learned how to do it. So chapter 70 onward was great. But yeah, like I looked at it and I said I'm just gonna do so much work that I can't fail because it would be impossible to fail. Yeah. I mean, to be fair though, you all saw my terrible draft today. That Horizon chapter was a terrible draft before I did it. That's usually how I write. I usually get it right like basically the first time. I'll write it, grammar, spell check, and then that's it. Yeah, Brandon Sanderson is known for his speed. I mean, I wouldn't say he's the GOAT, but I do think he's done the most for writing, like for aspiring writers, because he's added the most to the body of knowledge. By far. Like all his lectures, I binge watch all his lectures sometime on loop when I'm writing. Like I definitely don't like his books. And like his writing could be way better. But the guy actually tries to help other people, which is more than most writers could say for themselves. But yeah, his books, they they just aren't for me. I'm not the target audience. I'm not a loser, basically. They also a bit too heavy handed on like, please love this character, please feel bad for this character. Yeah, I'm not watching his new course because like it's gonna be the same thing over and over. I've already like taken enough, and like I have my own writing style now, and some of his stuff just doesn't fit into it. Like he doesn't know what subtlety is, so that's a thing. Yeah, man, go write your chapter. See ya. Yeah, I I don't like most of his characters because it's first person and it's very like, woe is me, my life sucks, I'm depressed, I have PTSD, I'm a bitch and moan about everything, right? I don't like those kind of characters. I always prefer somebody who like takes action and gets shit done. That's always the person I like. So I don't like loser characters. I like winner characters. Oh, this is my TFT, by the way. I can play League of Legends, but I don't. I fucking don't. I I hate myself enough to be a writer, but not enough to play League. Again. I'm just not competitive, like in spirit, in games. Also, I like games that I can do other stuff while I'm gaming. So like League of Legends, hell no. But yeah, I'm number 180. This is pretty nice. I don't think it means anything. Oh, I'm showing my goddamn thing. Wasn't this thing supposed to have like a thing? Yep. Have a good night, man. I'm gonna go get some food. And friggin' actually sleep. Okay, all. It was good. These are all the things for the from the YouTube stream. This is the Apex example in Writer's Corner. Right? So you can come here, download it. This is the original, this is the example. I think that's it for this stream. Do I have anything else? Tomorrow's chapter is the what I edited live today. So when that goes live, you'll get to see it as well. As many times as you want. And that should be it. Yeah. So it was fun. We got some work done, thank God for that. But yeah, have a good night, y'all. And enjoy tomorrow's chapter. See ya.